Hi guys, I am here at the museum exhibition, essentially the unveiling of the world's most incredible peridot. And I'm joined by Pierre Tonner, who is the executive director of Fewley Gemstones. And something really exciting has just taken hold. We're talking about, how this is the biggest known source of peridot in the world. But that isn't the most exciting feature about this material, is it, Pierre?
No.
We were just talking about the dispersion, because I was like, these look like green diamonds.
They are like green diamonds, and there's a reason for that. Not only are they formed in the same area as diamond, in the mantra, all other gemstones are formed in the upper crust.
Yeah.
So two gemstones formed down there. They're pushed up by volcanic action. And what's amazing, they have really high refraction, which makes them really intensely sparkle. And even though colour gemstones, as you go down smaller and smaller, you do lose saturation. But in this particular gemstone, you lose none of the sparkle.
Yeah.
So if you look down to the smaller ones, they look just like diamonds.
Yeah, and you've got the three distinct colour grades here.
Yeah.
And I love the grading that's being done here, so everyone can really understand what makes this material so special. But as you were saying, unlike other peridot deposits that I've come across from whether it be Arizona or indeed Burma, it's the clarity that makes this material behave like this.
Yeah, so we're really fortunate in the fact that 80% of the material that comes out is by clean. There's nothing wrong with an inclusion though, because that tells us it's natural.
Yeah.
If there's no inclusions, you've got to ask yourself, is it a real gemstone?
And I would be asking, is that real? Because I've never seen peridot look like that.
And also like the phenomenal colour, this vivid green colour. Many people who see this gemstone for the first time, they're like, what is this? Is it a zavarite? Is it a demantoid? And I'm like, nope, it's the peridot, because they've been so used to seeing like a yellowy green rather than a green gemstone. And here it is, proof in the pudding. Another amazing fact about peridot, it's the only gemstone that comes in one colour, green.
Wow.
Green, so you get shades of green.
Yeah.
Other gemstones you can find, zircons are different colours, sapphires are different colours. Peridot is green. Needs nothing doing to it apart from finding it, discovering it in the ground, bringing it out, and bringing out its beauty through facets.
Amazing. And I just want to say, seeing this peridot is like seeing peridot for the first time.
It is.
So used to seeing, as you said, the material that might have even been mined in the same mountain range, but from secondary deposits, whatever. When you see this colour, I too couldn't believe that it was peridot, and to have that dispersion is amazing.
And it's a even though it's a really ancient gemstone, and it was originally discovered by the Egyptians thousands of years ago, because it's not been used right or not even been cut correctly, and they've not really understood what peridot can be, it's an innovative new gemstone.
The lake behind me used to be one of the largest ruby mines in the region, at its height producing up to 70,000 carats a year. That sounds a lot, right? But our local guide has just explained to me he was telling me anything, and when he explained why, I was blown away. Because of that 70,000 carats, just 5% were even good enough to cabochon grade. That means just 3,500 carats of the 70,000 carats could be made into cabochons. But more strikingly, he said it was only the top 0.5% that were worthy of faceting. So of a mine that is clearly so big geographically and producing 70,000 carats a year, just 350 carats would be worthy of setting into your jewellery.
Hello everyone, I am at the Holiodome, as you can see behind me here, and I've just been looking at some AAA tanzanite. Now, as we know, a AAA tanzanite is one of the highest grades of tanzanite that you can find, but here at the Holiodome, I've just seen two pieces. One was £18,500, the other over £60,000, set with diamonds in 18 karat gold. It wasn't quadruple A, it was AAA. It really gives you an idea of some of the prices that people are paying, even for AAA grade tanzanite in the market right now. Now, you guys know at Gemporia how advantageous we are with tanzanite. I've told you time and time again that we are the best in the world when it comes to it, and it's going to be no more representational than in the show that you're about to witness on screen right now. If you want affordability, if you want the highest caliber of tanzanite that you can find anywhere, then stay tuned because you're about to see it.
interesting, right? We've been talking about the lack of blue zircon in the marketplace, right? And how one company has bought the global supply of it. So now we can have a look here. Just come have a look here, Abs, right? We have got natural yellow diamonds. We've got natural white diamonds here, right? We've got some of the most beautiful diamonds you can find. Millions and millions of dollars worth here. Incredible tanzanites, indicolite tourmalines, blue sapphires. However, there is one right here. This is the one piece. They have it here. It's absolutely and utterly stunning, okay? And you can see here, Abby, the price point that's linked alongside this. Yeah, okay? So we understand exactly what's going on with zircon. We told you it was coming. And the rarity is defined by a booth like this. It has every gem you could possibly want. They have one right here.
At Gemcollector, we take pride in bringing you only genuine gemstones sourced from around the world. Every gemstone you purchase comes with an authenticity card, giving you complete confidence in its quality and origin. Shop with peace of mind, know you're getting a true piece of nature's beauty.
We have been working with your company for almost, let's say, 15 plus years.
Yeah.
And, you know, you have been our great partners, and you have always been the pioneers when it comes to getting into the trends early.
Yeah.
So basically, it is, you know, us partnering into this one, which will really help the consumers. You know, you have a very broad set of customer base, basically. They get to have exactly almost at the same time, what potentially the brands are going to launch in the next fall, because they take a huge amount of they plan for probably 2 years this collection is going out, whereas with you, we work very, very efficiently and very
dynamic.
Very, very dynamic. You analyze the trends, you see the value, you are able to grab the what is going industry in the forward. You're very forward looking as an industry, guys. So I think it's great that your customers are able to get that very quickly at very affordable, or let's say very, very value proposition. And I'm really glad that this is, it brings smile to a lot of different faces, and they get to have the same access, which very, very private, or let's say very select few would be able to access because of working with those brands, and I would say very affordable as well.
Hello and a big warm welcome to you here on Gemcollector. We are now live officially here in the world's largest gem store. My name's Foxy, I'm here as your GIA gemstone professional today. And I'm back, ready and raring to go on this fabulous Sunday. And I will apologise in advance if I say the wrong day at any point throughout the show, because my days have gone all over the place recently. Does that ever happen to you? There might be a week or something that's gone on, a bit of an event, and it's thrown you completely off. And this week, on Friday, it was my dad's wedding day, so I wasn't here with you on Thursday like I normally would be, because Ben was covering for myself whilst I was doing my father's wedding cake. And then my dad's wedding day was Friday. Yesterday was a day of kind of clearing up and just being a little bit worse for wear, to be honest, and resting. And then I'm back with you today covering Ben's show in kind of like a bit of a swapsy, because now Ben has gone away himself for this week. So you're going to be seeing a lot of me over the next 8 days in a row, which I'm very excited about. And this being my day one of my 8-day marathon, Sunday afternoon into the evening, of course. It's a brilliant place to be, but it's a great day to be tuning into Gemcollector, especially because it's Sunday. It's the one day of the week where most people all over the world are finally getting a chance to just kind of unwind from the busyness of the week and get to do what they love when they relax, get to do their wonderful passion, their hobbies, and that of course is tuning in to Gemcollector. So Sunday packed out with so many exclusive brand new opportunities and unmissable gemstone treats for you. Just as I'm gonna give you a glimpse of just 2 of the pieces that are coming up across the evening today, which you cannot miss out on. If I show this to you from here, I mean, you can see the size of it immediately, can't you? You can instantly see that this is quite a wildly sized gemstone. And this is a big highlight spotlight deal as part of a museum collection here at Gemporia. Bigger, bolder, strength of colour, quality all round. To end up in the museum collection, it's got to be the best of the best, doesn't it? And that is exactly what you've got the chance to own later on today. So this is an amethyst. Look at the size of it. A decadent amethyst, a rich, wondrous purple amethyst, of course, one of the rarest colours from Mother Nature to actually be able to create. As we know, amethyst is the best at it, but at a size like this is so unlikely. It is so ridiculously rare for amethyst to be able to form with this scale. So I'm really, really excited for you to get the chance to own this piece later on in the show. And then one other stone I've also got to give you a bit of a glimpse at as a heads up is this. Oh, you know what it is straight away, don't you? You know what this is immediately. How fantastic is the quality of this emerald? This piece, also a big highlight spotlight stone coming up later on today. We actually, within an hour, that's the Ruby Vault hour. So we have got some brand new exclusive ruby opportunities. And rubies and emeralds, of course, together, they're in the top, out of the top 3 most treasured, precious coloured gemstones of all time, literally in history. There's emeralds, rubies, and of course sapphires. So I've got a Ruby Vault exclusive for you in the show later on, and then this emerald is the star by piece. But it's not any emerald at all, is it? I mean, this is an emerald that's clearly above and beyond, again, in terms of the fantastic quality that is very unlikely to be seen. So this piece is coming up, as well as the whopping amethyst, as just 2 of the many chances that you've got in the show this evening. So I'm going to pop those back to one side, and we're going to actually jump in to this hour. This hour, best of the week. So as you can imagine, as the title quite literally suggests, I have gathered together for you in this hour a selection of gemstones that have featured at some point within the last 7, maybe even up to about 10 days here on the show. Lots of brand new pieces, lots of pieces that are... They're new stones that might have been premiere launched, brought on once, nearly completely sold out, and this is just like the last 1s and 2s of them, so that you do not miss them. So if you haven't seen any of these stones before, I'm so glad that you're here, so that you don't miss out, basically, but they really are last chance. Like the highlight opal, for example, number 2, 3, and 4, that's all we've got left. That's literally all we got left. It was only launched the other day, and as a full showcase, nearly everything is completely sold out. So these are your final chances. The Bishop's Garnet. Now that, I've had so many of you guys messaging me, live on the show or, externally on email or social media. Can you get any of the Bishop's Garnet, Foxy, on Gemcollector, please? They are irresistible, aren't they? They're absolutely divine. This is a garnet with colour that is delicious, is the first word that comes to mind in terms of those rich, beautiful purples. So that's really special, but there's only 5 of those in the world, I will stress to you, so they're limited as ever. So if you want one, grab one before it's too late, and then when we bring that on, you'll be very happy. You can just relax because you know you've already got one. We've got Renee joining us already. You said, kyanite, please. Thank you, my darling, for your company. Nikki in Hampshire is also here. Wonderful to see you too. Becky in Hampshire also joining us. Afternoon, Foxy, number 12, please. So between you, kyanite, says Rennie. So the kyanites are number 10, the Nilamani kyanite, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. So kyanite for Rennie. Number 10, also a kyanite for Nikki. Number 12, also a kyanite for Becky. So clearly these are very, very popular. I just have to ask, have you got any Alexandrites as well, says Rennie? Not at the moment. We are out of stock of Alexandrites at the moment. As you can imagine, the second we get any Alexandrites arrive in the vault, they arrive, we bring them onto the show, and then they completely sell out in a flash. So it takes a little while to then be able to source some more Alexandrites, but I promise you, as soon as we've been able to grab some more, they'll be on the show. So keep tuning in so you don't miss out on those. But kyanite, as you've all requested so far, we're going to go to. Now, I might as well go through all of these, of course, in order. So starting with number 10, the biggest of them all, this is your first kyanite. So this is a Nilamani kyanite. You can call this a blue kyanite, you could call this a Nepal kyanite, whichever name you choose, they're all interchangeable, but it's famously known, of course, under the almost designer name of Nilamani, in respect to the fact that this is a kyanite from a specific location in Nepal, so it's, under the wonderful belt of the Himalayan mountains, and because of this one location in which this kyanite has formed, you've not only got these more extreme extreme kind of heat, extreme pressure, extreme environment all round really because of the mountains there and the friction within the earth, but also the belt of elements that runs through this part of the earth. They can be shared across the different countries. So you've got northern India, northern Pakistan, you've got Nepal, of course. They all are touched by these belts of specific elements that produce really good quality colour as well. So if you look, again, looking at the Himalayan mountains, along that belt, if you go over here on the map, you've got Kashmir sapphire, right? Kashmir sapphire, the most expensive sapphire in the world, and it's able to form and grow with this luscious, rich, perfect royal blue. And then literally along the same belt on the map, you've got Nepal, and this kyanite, forming with the same ingredients, has been able to also produce the same colour as the Kashmir blue sapphire. The difference, so they look identical, they have the same wonderful colour, the same amazing appearance. They're both natural gemstones from the earth. The only difference is, well, it comes down to price, doesn't it? For a 2-carat Kashmir sapphire that's this colour, you're looking at $500,000. $500,000. This piece, with the same appearance, natural in its decadence of that beautiful blue, is genuine Nilamani kyanite. And this, well, actually I'm saying $500,000 for a blue sapphire that looks like this. That would be if it's around 2 carats. This one, I've just realised, if you look in the small print, it says 3.32. So 2.97 guaranteed. I have got 2 of them in stock, so one of them is going to be giving you a little bit of free extra weight on there as well. But can you believe, looking at this colour, this is totally and utterly natural. No heat treatment, no treatment whatsoever, in fact. And sizable as well, isn't it? For kyanite within its own right, within its own, absolute nature. We have a certain understanding of how big they're usually able to form to, what colours they usually give us, of course, and this all round is bigger than the norm for a kyanite, and it's certainly delivering a colour that the world adores, hence why it's some of the most expensive kyanite on the planet. With only 2 of them left, they are going to go all the way down to your Gemcollector steal of a deal, which is going to be very savvy. If you're new to Gemcollector, I must mention that every single one of our gemstones, firstly here, is a genuine gemstone. We only deal with real stones formed by Mother Nature, and then they're cut and polished by hand. Every single stone comes with a certificate. So there's a free certificate. We don't charge you for it. The certificate will have all the information there as your guarantee of what it is, and it will tell you your carat weight. It will say any treatment if a stone's been treated. If it's not, like this one, it will say natural measurements and so on. So you get the certificate for free with every single stone, and you're also covered with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you get any of the lovely pieces home from us here at Gemcollector and you get them home and you think, oh, not quite for me, send it straight back. You've got a 30-day refund guarantee as well, so you protect it. But deals to be had are absolutely unbeatable here, because this piece is not £800. It's supposed to be going to £200, but it's not actually there. As the best of the week in this selection, I'm also honouring the best prices to boot as well. So this stone is actually available. But bear in mind, I've only got 2 of them, so that could be one collector checking out both. That could be 2 individuals coming through. Whoever's quickest will be owning this delightful, decadent, very sizable Nilamani for $79.99 all in. And there's even a 2-way split pay if you'd like to spread the cost across 2 months. That would be $39.99 to get this piece home. Straight away, one of them has already sold out. Here at number 10, one of them's already sold out. It's gone to Nikki in Hampshire. Well done to you, Nikki. So one only remains now of this glorious, the largest of the kyanites, the Nilamani, here at number 10. Good luck on that final piece. Very good luck indeed. Number 11 I will bring on immediately as well. Now this one's only got 2 left as well. Okay, I'm going to open the pot just to get this out for you. Even this is huge. Oh, you beauty. You beauty. Oh, and I've got to say, the clarity. Now, kyanite's not a stone that's a stone to give clarity. It's just not within its nature. But this one's actually got a very impressive clarity, hasn't it? 8x6 mil, 1.15 carats of your Nilamani kyanite once again. And look at the sparkle this one's giving us. That's not normal at all, is it? Very impressive clarity, if I do say so. With 2 available, both with matching measurement as well, if you are looking to get them both to coordinate for earrings or something like that. They will be... Oh, look at this. This is just marvellous. They will be yours today. Coming on in. I'm going to go under 30 for you on this one. $29.99 to get this piece home. $29.99 for the decadence of the Royal Legacy Blue, with that extra cheeky treat of some very impressive clarity that's allowing it to sparkle here today. I've got to say again, good luck, number 11 in this hour. Rennie says, I have a June birthday. So you definitely got to have your birthstones within your collection, haven't you, my darling? Well, I promise you, we will be able to provide you with an Alexandrite for your collection. I'm sorry that I don't have one right here, right now, within the vault as we speak, but I've been here 10 years, and I promise you, as always, we've got new gemstones arriving on a regular occasion. They arrive, they get brought on, and they quite often sell out. So it will happen. But considering, we're talking about one of the rarest stones in the world, it does just take a little bit of a while. But I promise you, it will happen. And as well as that, don't forget, you have also got other options for June's birthstone. There are pearls, which you're very lucky to have, and moonstone as well, which you're very lucky to have as your birthstones. And I have actually got some of those coming up in the show today. Right, we are at number 11. I think there's just one of those left. Next kyanite is the orange kyanite now. So this is really interesting. From number 10 to number 15, they're all kyanite, but a celebration of the variations of colours from different parts of the world as well. So Nilamani at 10 and 11 are from Nepal. I'm just going to pop that back in its nice little pot. Therewith. You get in there. There we go. And then number 12, the orange kyanite. This is from Tanzania. Now the location where this is from is actually famous for orange spessartite garnets. Okay, so in the garnet conversation, spessartite garnet we know is one of the rarest of all of the garnet species. It's really, up there as a very, very, very collectible material. And so Tanzania is world famous for being one of the best parts of the planet to go to deliver to us to uncover these spessartite orange garnets, right? This material was not expected whatsoever. This was a material that was kind of almost a bit of a surprise to the locals and to the miners as they're pulling this material out. They see that it's orange, they think, okay, well, it must be, one of our already known and well-respected orange garnets. And then they realised there was something a little bit different about it. And upon research and upon lab testing, they uncovered actually it is a kyanite. And we know for a kyanite, the incredible, legacy blues of the Nilamani, the wonderful teals we've got for you from India, they'd already been very much established. Orange kyanite is considered just to be, a mystery, almost miracle or a myth in the wind. Some people believe it's true. Some people believe that, it's impossible to see because they are that elusive. We do know, of course, they are real, but they are one of the rarest you will ever come across for the kyanite family. It is seriously unlikely for kyanite to ever form with this bright, beautiful colour. But this has got it. This is the half a carat solitaire, oval fancy cut. Coming in, 50 points is guaranteed. Average is actually 60 points, so you could receive up to 70 points in your weight with this piece. But across the board, if you do choose to multi-bid on these and you want to get yourself 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of them for a lovely project or a suite of jewellery, all of the pieces you get home will have the same 6x4mm measurement as well. So nice and easy if you are looking to set them. But here, in the world of kyanite especially, if you're somebody who wants to acquire, everything for your collection, which I think we all do, but if you want to really hone in on owning the rarest, the most extraordinarily exciting and collectible versions of certain stones, the orange kyanite is definitely the one you got to get because it's the rarest colour kyanite will ever be able to be discovered with. And so this, limited, I know I've only got literally this auction here at number 12 and one other at number 14. This is our entire vault. This is it. We don't have anything else. This is, you know, really, really exciting to have, but once they're gone, they're gone. So here today, at number 12, the biggest one of them all, and of course we've got to make it as affordable as possible as well, haven't we? Do you own the Loliondo Orange Kyanite from Tanzania? Do you own the rarest colour of kyanite in the world? Bearing in mind this is natural as well, it's not been treated whatsoever. This fantastic, hot, spicy, lava almost colour of the orange that you've got here. It's pure, isn't it? It's saturated evenly across the entire stone. There's no colour zoning, which is fairly normal with kyanite, completely normal, due to the nature of how it grows, due to the crystal structure and the formation of it. It's one of those stones that it's totally expected to have quite strong and clear defined colour zoning. So it almost looked like stripes that run through the piece. This piece, it's got none of that. It's got no colour zoning. It's not lacking any colour at any point from top to bottom, left to right. It is pure, even saturation of that vibrant orange throughout. And this one being the biggest of them all. How exciting. Under £10 for you. Becky straight away is in on this one. Carmarthenshire there as well. Renee in Kentucky has got 4 of them, you superstar. Claire in Cumbria's then just tuned in. Hello, Claire. You've got 2 of them for yourself as well. Bravo. They are running out, my lovelies. They are running out of stock. This is the best of the week here at Gemcollector. But as you can imagine, we only have so much. Mother Nature is only able to create so much of every miracle that we ever get to enjoy and see. So once they're gone, they are gone. This piece is number 12. Just a few chances left and available. As always, you can by all means take inspiration from many of our collectors already checking out on this piece. For example, Claire has got 2 of them. Renee's got 4 of them for herself. So you can have as many as you like. It's just a case of getting there before they are gone. This one at number 12, under £10 on your orange kyanite. Now from number 12, do you know what? We might as well go to number 14 as the next one, because this is the only other of the orange kyanite. So let's load this straight in. Okay, there's only 2 of this piece. Yeah, there's only 2 of this one. Unfortunately, just 2 chances available. The 30 points in the glorious round as well of the same outstanding natural Tanzanian discovery. 4mm in your diameter of the round, brilliant. And with only 2 of them actually available in the world, I've just got to whip it immediately down for you. Oh, what have I done? Sorry, I pressed the wrong button then. There we go. Whipping it down, £7.99. Easy peasy. They're at number 14 here today. And so we've enjoyed our Nilamani blue kyanites. We've now enjoyed our orange kyanites. The remaining kyanites to bring on are 13 and 15, which are the Orissa teal kyanites. Teal as a colour. Again, very exciting, isn't it? For Mother Nature and all of the beautiful colours that we get to see that she's created for us. Not all colours are equal in terms of rarity, are they? We know some colours are very, very, very difficult to come across. So orange, purple, red, and certainly teal, because it's technically a combination of colour, isn't it? It's not specifically blue, it's not specifically green. It's that lovely marriage of the two. So teal is really special for gemstones to be able to naturally have. And so we're going to go number 13 first. This one, again, I only had 2 in the world, and it looks like one of them's already sold out. Who's got the first one? Kentucky, there she is again. Well done to you. So there's 1 left now. 1 chance remaining on this gorgeous teal. So these are the kyanites that come from India. Natural, once again. You'll notice none of them have had, whichever colour or origin, none of them had treatment. Just 1 remaining at £9.99 for this piece here today. If you'd like to join our lovely collector in Kentucky and grabbing one of these, you will have to be quick before it's sold out there. It looks like, okay, there's only 1 Nilamani at number 10. There's only 1 left at number 11. Number 12 has just got a couple left as well. Number 13 is this piece. 1 remains. Number 14 sold out. Actually, this one at 13, sorry, this has now sold out as well. Yeah, that's gone. It's gone. And so final kyanite, number 15 to bring on. Another beautiful Indian teal is this piece, also sold out completely. I'm going to take that straight down for you, as they have gone. Well done, Kentucky. Marvellous work there today, guys. Now, let's go. Before actually I bring on the next piece, I have got a demo request that's been sent in by Dawn in Herefordshire. Hello, Dawn, lovely to see you today. Dawn, you've sent in a multicoloured rainbow obsidian heart. Let's see if that loads. Oh, it does. Fabulous. So it's just loaded up on the graphics there for you, Dawn. It's gone to number 25 in this hour. And obviously it's on the website already reduced to $18.99, which is a steal, but I can't go lower. I can't go lower. There you go, my lovely. To grab that, £14.99. Thank you so much. Right, let's keep rocking and rolling. Let's keep rocking and rolling. Beverly and Devon's joining us as well. Hello to you, Beverly. I hope you're well. She says, wowzers. Number 8. She says, probably way out of my price, but I'm sure, but I would love to see it, she says. Number 8. Yeah, I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Number 8. Number 8. Museum piece, of course. Paraiba tourmaline. The single largest, single highest valued Paraiba tourmaline in the entire vault of the world's largest gem store. It doesn't get better than this, does it? And Paraiba in general is already one of the most expensive gemstones on the planet. It is the #1 rarest tourmaline in the world. It's a stone that many exotic collectors and investors have chosen to invest in over the years. We know, obviously, people invest in gemstones, and it's usually, most commonly, emeralds, diamonds and sapphires. But then for those of us that go, further afield into the exotics, Paraiba through and through. Absolute #1 choice. Glenn Lara, our beautiful friend, of course, here at Gemporia. Glenn Lara was always very open about, he privately invested in Paraiba tourmaline over many years of his life. This is the sole largest and highest valued piece that we have for you. This is a moment for us to witness as collectors. This is quite simply one of the most important stones we'll ever see with our eyes. A 12mm tall Paraiba, a 5.1 carat Paraiba tourmaline, can you believe? Only being mined from one place in the world. And we're very lucky here at Gemporia to have that relationship, that friendship with the brothers that are the mine owners. We have done for many years, so that we can go directly to the mine and we can purchase stones like this for you from the source, still in their rough form as well, so we get the best value for money. We cut and polish them ourselves and of course lab test them, certify them for you. There is no other way, there's physically no other method of going about it that will make the stone better value for money in terms of how affordable it will be for you to get it. Because any other method means it's going to be more expensive. If you were to try and purchase this like other people in the world would, they'd go into a retail situation or they'd go to a trade fair or a trade event to try and purchase this. They will be looking at the retail price, which is £27,600. That's how much they'd have to pay in retail. Or if they went to trade, they might be able to get it for around about 15 to 16,000 instead. But because of the way that we have sourced this, it's unbeatable. This piece, the biggest legend that you could ever possibly own. The most glory. I mean, look at the colour of it. Again, it's teal, isn't it? You've got this paradise blue of dreams. And blue being the rarest colour for a tourmaline, isn't it? A diamond, it's red's the rarest colour. Every stone has different versions of what their rarest is. A sapphire would be the paparacha, but for a tourmaline, blue is the rarest colour. And this is the rarest type of tourmaline, as well as the rarest colour combined across a size like this. It's a museum stone of dreams, isn't it? And of course, we're all here besotted by it. But I've got to remind you, you could own this piece as well. Not for £27,623 though. One individual can get this piece home for this. And I am going to go silent for a moment whilst we all just take that in. The reality is, because we also offer a 3-way split pay so that you can spread the cost across 3 months, you could get this home for $499 to see this in the flesh, to hold this in your hands in just a couple of days. It's here at number 8. I've got to say, good luck to you. Very good luck indeed. Thank you so much to Beverly and Devon, who's requested to see this today. We've all been enjoying it for sure, haven't we? Now, let's keep rocking and rolling. We have actually right next door, number 9, Becky requested the Grandidierite. Thank you, Becky. Oh, yes. 65 points. Now, there is only one stone, okay? This is the very one in question. Tealy tones once again from this outstanding Madagascar material. Oh, and look at the size of it. 6.75 millimetres in height. You got everything that Grandidierite is about, right? Everything that it's about, a stone of ultimate, again, recognised rarity. It's in the top 3 most expensive stones in the world. If you look at the Forbes article that they'd written about, high value treasures. This is a stone that usually comes up, if you do research, it always is the kind of average price of around $20,000 a carat. I mean, that's serious, isn't it? And here we have just the one stone. For one collector. Again, Becky has requested this today, so thank you, my lovely. It's a little bit silly, to be honest, that we're able to do this. It's definitely silly. But it's the reality as well of how easy it is for you to own this gemstone. Getting this piece. If you do not own a Grandidierite, it's essential. Of course it is, as a collector. And this might be one of the top pieces I could recommend for the all-round combination of the size, the colour, the quality, and then obviously the value for money you're getting. But they're at number 9. Thank you to Becky. Good luck. Right, let's keep on rocking and rolling. We have very popular, the Bishop's Garnet at number 1. The Bishop's Garnet. Now, I did say right at the beginning, I know loads of people have literally been asking me for these. Can you get any? Can you get any? The answer is yes. I finally have one here today, but I've also got, make it completely open and very clear that this is the only one. I don't have a load more out back. I haven't got, a showcase waiting for you next week. This is literally it. This, the colour, I mean, I fall head over heels in love with it every time I see this. The colour, you think of garnets, we think of those famous, rich, deep red wines. Imagine one part of the earth where garnets have already been known to form, to be fair, in this location. Beautiful red garnets have come out historically already. But just to the one side of this location where garnets have been forming and growing, that would have, they would have come out of the earth and had the classic kind of red that we expected. However, just that one corner of the location has also then been touched by a belt within the earth of the element of manganese. Now this is, as soon as this gemstone that was going to end up being a classic red garnet, by having this slight extra presence of and being able to absorb this new element, an ingredient, if you like, of manganese, it's changed the stone entirely, and it's had this reaction that's taken the depth and the richness of those reds. But the manganese coming in, we know that's an important stone. It helps with paraiba tourmaline and its brightness and its colour. Manganese is responsible for the pinks and purples inside the wonderful Afghanistan kunzites. Manganese also makes Galilea morganite, the peach that we see. It also makes other morganites, the pink that we see. So it's usually going to have some sort of pink or peach involvement in a gemstone, but because in this occasion it's blended with what would have already been a deep rich red, the effect that it's had, naturally as well I might add, the effect that it's had has ended up producing one of the most glorious magenta purples that you could ever possibly dream of. That's why everybody wants the Bishop's Garnet. Everybody has been trying to hunt these down, but they're difficult to find, as you can imagine, because it's such a limited pocket of the earth, only where the manganese has just touched the side of the garnet mine. There's not very many of them. And then once you actually narrow it down through, okay, let's find all the ones that have got manganese, let's find all the ones that have got this kind of beautiful magenta purple colour, but then we've got to narrow down the ones that aren't gem quality, the ones that have, you know, really, really heavy inclusions in them, and just precisely try and pinpoint and focus the colour combined with the best quality crystal. We're talking a real fluke, limited opportunity, aren't we? And this is why I've only got this one auction, and I've only got 5 available in the world. So are you going to be grabbing one of these before they're gone? All 5 of them are 6x4mm in your measurement as well, and look at the twinkle that they deliver. Goodness me, pure glamour, isn't it? Pure glamour. At 90 points of a carat, you are gonna love this gemstone. Get it home and take it out into the sunlight as well, because the manganese can also help it almost glow a little bit more so. I'm going to take it straight down because I know the urgency of this, I know the importance of this, and I know how many collectors want to get hold of this piece, and so I won't tease you. Here is your deal. It's £19.99 for this piece here today, but like I said, there's only 5 in the world. Out of those 5, Claire in Cumbria has immediately checked out 3 of the 5, leaving only 2 of them. Then from that 2, Marilyn in Hertfordshire has just arrived. Hello, Marilyn. You've now grabbed one for yourself. Congratulations. That leaves just 1 stone left. And then I believe that final one. My screen's just gone to 0. My screen's just gone to 0. So that final one, I think it's sold out. I'm just waiting for a name. Who's it gone to? Who's got it? Come on, give me a name. Give me a name. Give me a name. If I refresh my page here a second. No, I still don't have a name. It's in the process of being... Hey, there we go. Caroline in West Midlands. Hello, Caroline. Lovely to see you today. Caroline is the final name that I was waiting for there. Congratulations to you. So they've all now got a lovely home to be going to. That's wonderful. Bravo to you all. Right, so in that case, we've got to keep on rocking and rolling. From number 1, we have... Obviously, this is best of the week, but everything is limited, as you can imagine. We have... Let me press this button. Let me put this away as well. One thing at a time. There we go. The last chances of the Highlight Opal. These have been so popular. They were only launched literally a few days ago here on the channel. And, I mean, at launch, to be fair, we didn't have tons of them anyway, but at launch, nearly every single one of them completely sold out. This is now all we've got left. Number 2, number 3, number 4. That's it. That is it. Number 4, there's only 1 in quantity anyway. So if you missed the premiere launch of these the other day, I'm so glad that you're here, so that you've now got a chance to grab it. Because if you missed the launch and then you missed today, you might not have ever seen them. You might not have, ever got the chance to get one of these. Highlight opal. It's a very different type of opal, as you'll notice immediately. This is not like, it's nothing like, in fact, opals, as most people kind of have an association, an idea of what opals usually look like. Most of us, we wouldn't be blamed for thinking of the classic Australians, the kind of Cubipede opals, because they're the originals. They're, the ones that have been seen majoritively over all of, hundreds of years of history of opals. And so that's the kind of image that we have imprinted in our brain. However, there's many different types of opals. Of course there are. There's the solid kind of coloured pink opals from the Peruvian location. There's the lightning ridge or the crystal opals. There's the Ethiopian opals as well. This is like none of them. Firstly, when you see an opal, in any of the different versions that, across the world, the one thing that they might always have in common is that they're usually kept, they're dealt and they're traded either in a piece of rough or they are a cabochon. And that is it, strictly limited to those things. They're never usually a stone that would be faceted because of the nature of, where their beauty is. They can't be faceted because you'd end up cutting away part of the colour or cutting away part of the play of colour as well. It's only on the odd, exclusive occasion, Ethiopian opals, maybe here at Gemporia, we might see faceted stones, but even still, Ethiopian opals elsewhere in the trade, they don't facet those, they're always still cabochon. So this is an opal that is faceted. That immediately makes it stand out. Why is it faceted? How has this been possible to actually be cut and polished, like as if it was a crystal stone, as if it was, a diamond or a topaz or a sapphire? How is it possible to cut and facet an opal? It's a different type of material. It's an amorphous gemstone. So it doesn't have a crystal structure. It's created with silica and with water, right? Now, the other opals that we're used to, it would be silica spheres and water that have kind of fused together in the earth under heat and under pressure over millions of years, right? The highlight opal, this really, really collectible, super rare and different type of opal, that doesn't have silica spheres inside it. So that's the first thing that makes it different. It's silicon hydroxide, but no spheres. Instead, the silicon hydroxide and the water, again, another thing with the water content, it's usually still kind of left in its own component within the stone, so you can get that fluid light. In this occasion, no spheres, and the water has ended up residing within this part of the earth and meeting with the silicon as you'd expect. But the water actually almost starts to evaporate. It starts to slowly turn into this. As it dehydrates, it slowly turns into almost this gel as it blends with the full recipe of the silicon hydroxide. And so that creates a different form of the material. It still allows the material to have clarity, but no silica spheres means light is going to perform differently through it as well, and slightly harder material. And so because of that, we end up with this almost glass-like appearance. A glassy appearance, an appearance that has clarity, which is really peculiar, again, for an opal to have. And it's because of that glass appearance, it's because of this clarity, that this opal is able to be faceted. So straight away, a standout stone, all round, from the science behind it to the physical way that it looks. It's clearly very distinct. But that's not all. This faceted stone, now able to sparkle, now able to give us, brilliance as if it was a stone with a crystal structure, it also has another hidden talent, right? So over all the millions of years that it's there within the Earth's crust, it's forming. You've got the silicon hydroxide, of course, the water content that's turned into this almost gel. It's continuing to absorb more ingredients in the Earth as they start to almost drain their way down through the layers of the surface of the Earth. So rainfall will occur, it's getting absorbed into the Earth, and it just keeps on filtering its way down until it hits something like this. But as it's filtering its way down, it's carrying with it more ingredients. As you can imagine, there might be elements of iron and titanium and so on, and this stone will also absorb those. And that will then allow the combination of this amorphous material, the combination of its components already, and then this glassy-like translucency, it will allow light to get in and to react as well. And so this is what they call the official, the real life version of kryptonite. Superman's kryptonite, okay? I'm just gonna, I'll do this, I'm gonna turn my lights off, okay? So please do not fear. If I go back to the stone in the dark, now this is it just with my torch, which is a normal white light. But then, if I show this to you under a UV light, the kryptonite factor comes out to play. This is highlight opal. And as you can imagine, being the only real gemstone, the only natural gemstone from Mother Nature that is kryptonite, they are highly collectible by all of us, the connoisseurs, the individuals and collectors across the gemstone world, but also other industries, as you can imagine. Anyone that is massively into the DC, the comics, anyone that's into this wonderful fantasy world as well, always want to get their hands on this real wow factor treasure. It is, again, completely natural. And this piece here is the biggest one. So I brought in number 2. It's a 10 by 8 millimeter solitaire, all the way from Mexico, of course. This is the exclusive place in which they come from. And like I mentioned, they were only launched literally just the other day here at Gemcollector, and nearly all completely sold out. So what we have in this hour is it's literally the last of these highlight kryptonite opals. So once they're gone, they're gone. I'm so glad that you're here to not miss out and to make sure that you've got one in your collection. I had a lovely lady the other day. So she said, I've got a couple of grandsons who are massively into their comics and into their superheroes, and she's bought one for herself, her own collection, but then she's got a couple of them for her grandsons as well, which, I mean, that would be the most exciting gift ever, wouldn't it, if you could imagine? You don't have to be a little boy. I mean, goodness me, I'm a 32-year-old woman, and it still gets me excited. My partner's a big 6'6", burly man, and he gets incredibly excited by these as well. So they are something that all of us can very much enjoy. This one here at number 2, Renee's already got 2 of them. Claire's got one of them as well. Congratulations. There's just 3 only left before complete sellout. 3 chances remain before complete sellout here at number 2. What I will do, of course, is bring on number 3 and number 4 as our final chances. So number 3, I'll just show you on the finger first. Faceted once again. This is a 9 by 7 millimeter solitaire at over 1 full carat. So the difference, number 2 was 10 by 8 mil. 10 by 8 mil, and then this one at number 3 is 9 by 7 mil. So very, very similar in terms of measurement, of course. And this, I think there's just 4 chances remaining of this particular piece before sellout. And I will do it once again. If I just lay her down, I'll turn my lights off so that we can just see it under a UV light, and that kryptonite factor starts to glow and come out to play once again. This piece, if you haven't got one, guys, this is final chances before, well, I don't want to even think about missing out. I don't want to think about any of you guys missing out. It kills me. Last 4 chances before they are gone. Entirely from our stock here in the world's largest gem store. This one's £19.99. Suja, lovely to see you today. I hope you're well. Congratulations again. There's many wonderful names that I can see all over the world as well. We've got collectors all over the UK, of course, but collectors like Renee, for example, she's over in Kentucky today. So we've got collectors in America tuning in as well. This one, 2 left now. So we went from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3. We've now got 2 left before sellout on this particular piece at number 3. I can confirm, let me just double check this. So number 1 sold out, number 2 has now sold out since in the last couple of minutes. Number 3 being this piece, 2 remain, and then the only highlight opal left to bring on is number 4. And this one has already gone. Already sold out. This very piece. And this one's gone to Beverly in Devon. Well done, Beverly. 10 mil by 7 mil in your wonderful measurement. I did give you the heads up, to be fair, right at the beginning, out of the 3 that we had. this one was already only one in stock, so it was definitely the most urgent to get your hands on. So I'm glad Beverly was clearly paying attention and managed to grab it. Well done. And just turning the lights back off and showing you the green once again from this magical kryptonite gemstone that Beverly is now the owner of. Congratulations to you, my darling. Whipping it straight down as well. Honouring, I have across the board, I've honoured all of the same prices that we did, you know, throughout the week upon launch with these outstanding gemstones. So you've definitely made the most of it. Well done. This one again, number 4 on and gone. Right, we are 8 minutes away from the end of this hour, and then everything will be disappearing. It's a brilliant day to be tuning in on this lovely Sunday. I hope you're all well. I know if many of you, some of you guys know kind of which days are me and which days are usually Ben. Today is normally a Ben day. I know, today is normally a Ben day, but Ben is away. I myself, the last couple of days, so Thursday I wasn't here because I was making my father's wedding cake. That was an ordeal. I say an ordeal, it wasn't, it was lovely, but it was slightly stressful, I'm not going to lie. I don't have the best oven. If you've ever baked a cake and you've got one of those silly ovens that the temperature on the top shelf to the bottom shelf is different, the temperature from the front to the back of each shelf is completely different. Trying to bake a cake, not fun. Not fun. But I did it. I made the wedding cake. Friday was then the wedding day. Yesterday was the clear up day / the hangover day. And then I'm back here with you for now 8 days straight. 8 days straight. So I'm really excited to be here. But today specifically, can I just show you this? We've got this coming up. A museum amethyst coming up later. And then we've got this, the highest graded emerald in the world that we could possibly bring to you, also coming up later. This is a Pangaea Valley emerald. It's a very exciting day here at Gemcollector to be getting the most extraordinary exciting stones. Right now they're number 6, with only 6 minutes left to check out in this hour. Number 6, a gooseberry grossular garnet. Now grossular, that's a savarite, isn't it? So out of the different species of garnets, you've got quite a lot of them, of course. You've got many different, your pyropes and so on. You've got almandines, the andradite demantoids, the savarite grossular garnets, the spessartite garnets as well, as you mentioned. They are the top 3 rarest versions of the species of the garnet family. And this is a grossular garnet coming from the Tanzanian grossular mine, where we've already, been able to massively enjoy Tanzanian grossular savarite garnet, which is the green version. And from this same location, you've got this, which is the red version of a savarite garnet. But it's massive as well, isn't it? Savarite garnets are normally about 10 to 20 points in size. They're about 2 or 3 millimetres in size. This is 10.72 carats, and that's a 16 millimetre height of pure decadence, pure rich decadence in this beautiful, delicious garnet gooseberry colour. It's yours today, glowing as well. You've got to take this out into the sunlight because we've got it here in the studio so we can just see it kind of in general action. But take this out into sunlight, or with your with kind of just like a normal single light source upon it, and you'll see it starts to almost fluoresce. It glows internally. In terms of the deal, well, silly is what I have to say. Silly, 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 silly. Given the size, given the provenance, given the rarity of the type and species being grossular, this. And I've literally just done one big crash because we've only got 5 minutes left to check out. This is £29.99. I will take full responsibility for that. I will take full responsibility for that on this Super Sunday. It's definitely, I like it, I'm purely speaking of my own experience, it is without shadow of a doubt the biggest garnet, and the firstly biggest, as well as also having the premium package of it having great colour, of it being completely natural. It's not been heated, treated, it's not been filled, which would be quite common for stones of this size. You've got all of the quality, completely natural, decadent colour, even saturation, beautifully faceted and polished, massive carat weight from the extraordinarily important location of the Tanzanian Grossular mine, and then it's $29.99. So hand on heart, from all of my experience, this is the best steel deal, value for money without shadow of a doubt for the package that you're looking at here. And with prices like this, again, we always get collectors come in and go, right, if it's going to be that affordable, I might as well have one for me, one for this present, one for this gift, one for this, you know, idea for jewellery in the future. You can fill your boots. And you are doing that. I can see Claire's got 2 straight away, Becky's got 1, Maggie's got 1, Collector in Oxfordshire got 1. Well done to you. This is number 6 at under £30, just for the next few moments, remember, before this hour disappears. It will all disappear. Thank you, Maggie, for the choice, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Where was I? Hello, says Suja. She says, I've got to go now already, though. I'm off to an Italian restaurant. Ooh, I love Italian. For our 56th wedding anniversary dinner. Happy anniversary. I feel like I've been part of this for years. As you've gone through your anniversaries, happy 56th wedding anniversary. It's just such a blinking lifetime achievement, isn't it? And have an amazing dinner, Italian as well. It's always delicious. Enjoy. Happy anniversary to both of you. Beverly says, I can't bake cakes, but my superpower is turning cake mixture into a biscuit. Do you know what? I've never done that. That's quite impressive. That is quite impressive, I will say. It's a beauty. I'm going to put mine in the display pot, says our lovely Renee. Oh, there we go. So that's what I do, to be fair. That is what I usually do. We've also got Jane with us. She says, Dear Emily, I've got my grossular garnet. I love mine, and my dear friend got hers for her birthday, and also loving the garnet as well. Thank you. Happy sunny Sunday, and love to all. Lots of love to you, Jane. I'm so glad that you were enjoying your lovely garnet with your friend as well. Right, we are moments away from this hour completely disappearing. Number 16, the Mandrare Appetite. I'm going to quickly squeeze in for our lovely Renee. This, well, in so many ways, is a wow factor. The scale of that garnet was impressive, right? This, in comparison to the normal size of an apatite, which is 0.15 of a carat, this is almighty. 10.46 carats in weight. Luscious natural greens. Oh my word, look at the clarity on it as well. Extraordinary in every which way. Green's the rarest colour. The size is, I can't even calculate. Can't even calculate how much bigger this is in comparison to what the norm would be. So if it's 0, I'm going to get my calculator out. If it's 10.46 carats divided by the average, which is 0.15, equals 69.7. This is 69.7 times bigger than the average. Oh my goodness. And it can be yours. It can absolutely be yours here today, but with 1 minute. 1 minute to win it before everything in this hour disappears. So 1 minute left to check out. I've got to take it to your Super Sunday steal of a deal. This, again, I know I'm being naughty, but I can't help myself. This comes in 149 all in today, or 3-way splits 49 quid. Here at number 16 for your natural stunner of your Mandrare Appetite. Good luck indeed. Very, very good luck indeed. With just moments left to go. And I apologise, I haven't had a chance to bring this on and really spend some good time on it like it deserves. I'm just going to finish up with this. This is natural Turkish colour-changing diaspore. Many of us know it under the name Zarite. Zarite is the designer fancy name, trademarked name for what scientifically is colour-changing diaspore, right? So that is what we're looking at here today, and you're getting a parcel of them, totalling 15 carats in weight. They will slightly vary in each parcel, so this one's got 4 in quantity in there. If I just zoom out ever so slightly to show you another example, this one's got 3. But as you can see, together, combined, they will all, with whether it's the 2 whoppers and then the central piece there totaling 15 carats, or all 4 of these totaling 15 carats, you're guaranteed that weight across them, and they still have that amazing, world-famous sensitivity to light. Just like as we know it with Zarite, when we've seen it in the past, this stone is the most sensitive to light. So every single light source will have an effect on the material, from sunrise to sunset, from white light to, mixed LED light to candle light to UV light. This stone goes from golds to greens to oranges to champagnes of pinks and peaches constantly. It is the most magnificent colour-changing natural phenomenon that any stone has ever brought to us. And that's saying something, considering Alexandrite, of course, is so famous, being the first colour-change stone that was ever found. Alexandrite, extraordinarily highly valued and collectible. It colour changes once. So it's one light source that gives us one effect. And that's the same across the board with any colour change gemstone that's ever been found, except for this. The Turkish Zarite, the Turkish colour change diaspore, this is the only stone ever found that, instead of it being once in terms of an effect and a change and a light source that does it, it is every light source and all the colours you can dream of. Very special indeed. Under 40 all in for the full 15 carats, ready to go, or under 20 on a 2-way split pay there as well at number 5. And our final piece. I know we are over time. We've just run out of time a couple of minutes ago, so apologies I've run over, but what I'm going to do, just to give you that final chance, I'm going to leave that live on the graphics for an extra minute or two, so that you can finalise getting your name on these pieces and securing them. I'm going to go to a little break, and I'm going to get the next hour ready. It's a brilliant day to be tuning in to Gemcollector with our ruby special, with our June birthstones of the glorious new pearls and moonstones, with the outstanding Panshir Emerald Starby and the Museum Amethyst coming up. I'm excited for you. Don't go anywhere.
One thing that I'm really proud of when you buy jewellery from us is that we try and maximise the beauty of the gemstone more than the carat weight. Here we see a beautiful piece of kunzite with beautiful pinks coming through from the tip. But as you come round then onto the table, you can see here that it's a lot more clear. Here at this market, what they've done here is they've tried to maximise the gem weight rather than the beauty.
So this is Deepak, and we are just talking about Savarite garnet. I've just been in a seminar, and they have announced that the biggest colour gemstone for this year is green, and we're talking Savarite garnets, we're talking green tourmalines, but in particular, Savarite garnet is massive here, isn't it?
Yes, it's big, massive here, and basically Savarite is now, I guess, ruling the world. It's one of the most overrated, most best stone in the terms of semi-precious.
Yeah.
It's very good stone.
Is there a particular grade that you go for when it comes to Savarite?
Well, we go with the best color, that is 4A,
Yeah.
4A color in Savarite.
Right, okay.
And even now, a lot of big designers from the jewelry industry, they are replacing their other stones from Savarite.
Yeah.
They're using Savarite.
Because they want to use a rarer gemstone, don't they?
Right.
Yeah.
And Savarite, we are getting it from Tanzania as well as Kenya,
Yeah.
but both are very good.
Yeah, is there a difference in location, or?
I mean, there are 2 mines. One is in Tanzania.
But also the Kenyan material is not coming out. We heard from Bruce yesterday.
Yes.
8-year delay on anything coming out of the mine. So everyone's turning towards Tanzania, is that right?
Yes, because Kenyan material is now not coming.
Right, okay.
So that's why people are diverting themselves towards this Tanzania. And Tanzanian material is also very lustrous as compared to Kenya.
Wow. So it's got a better brightness within the stone.
Yes.
Golden Celsi pearls, but it's that special 24 karat golden colour that you want.
How big? 22.
Yeah.
22 millimetres. Never see that. That's a full strand.
It looks like the comes in the different sizes. So like this is like the bigger.
Yeah, and it graduates out.
Yeah, it's graduated.
And that's still
like 18, like 15.
to 18?
Yeah, 18.
What's the price on it?
Price is it's about 19,000.
19,000.
Wow.
Amazing.
Hi guys, so I'm here with Kakuda Pearls, who have one of the finest selection of pearls that I've seen anywhere. We're talking incredible natural Tahitians, huge supply of incredible Akoya pearls, and of course the South Sea varieties as well. And we wanted to talk to the man himself about what's been happening within the pearl industry. And I wonder if you could just shed some light on what's happened maybe since September with pearls.
Okay, September to October, it was the kind of a peak time. With mainly Chinese customers.
Yeah.
It's a big boom in China that as a fashion material, the pearl is getting so popular.
And has it impacted the price?
It is.
Yeah.
Now it's the highest in the history.
In the whole history?
Yes, with the Tahitians and the South Sea golden color, South Sea white, or even the Japanese Akoyas.
So would you say it's gone up 30%, or is it doubled, or what kind of increase?
Well, I don't remember much, but looking back 2 years, maybe last September, October was kind of a peak, and it was like a double. It's 3 years ago.
Wow.
But the things are kind of changing right now.
Yeah?
It's hitting the top, and
so it's very difficult at the minute to get good quality Tahitians and Golden South Sea because of the influence of, is it Nini, the social influencer in Yang Mi?
You're right.
Yeah,
because that's with Tahiti's. Right?
Yes, but it has also been impacting the price of South Sea, you said, because that was Tahitians.
Overall, yes.
Yeah. So to anyone right now who's looking to get good quality South Sea, whether it's the golden or the white, and of course the Tahitians, it is very, very difficult unless you can get hold of older material, which you may be able to get a better price. Right now it's at the peak, and we're talking about the most expensive time in history to get cultured pearls, and that is the power of social media and influence and the Chinese market. We saw it through September and October, but even right now in March, in February, we're seeing the same high peaks for those incredible pearls.
John, great to have you here at Gemporia and to just find out about your incredible journey with gemstones. I want to talk to you about tanzanite. What is it? Because tanzanite didn't start off being called tanzanite.
No, it didn't. The fellow who made the discovery, Manuel de Souza, a prospector who put in time prospecting virtually every weekend. He made this fabulous discovery, and the Tanzanian law insisted that once you put your pegs in the ground for mining rights, you had to say what it was that you were mining, but he didn't know what he was mining. And so he made what he thought was the best match possible. He called it olivine, which I think wasn't a very good match because it's a greenish or an olive-colored thing. But it was registered as olivine, first of all. If you go back to the records of the Tanzanian survey, you'll see a claim for olivine, and then there's nobody mining olivine, but that's what it was.
South Sea pearls, the gem of the ocean. With the warmer climate of northern Australia, the Philippines and Indonesia, the South Sea pearl can grow quickly and to a very large size. Their lustre is softer and their beauty is attributed to the wonderful symmetry. We are delighted to present this natural wonder for you, set into incredible gold designs that excel these pearls into the heights of high fashion.
Gemcollector is live every day from 1 p.m. till 5 p.m. Join us on Facebook, YouTube, our app or our website to discover stunning gemstones, exclusive deals and expert insights wherever you are.
Super interesting because what's taking place in Ethiopia right now, we talked about that incredible Wollo province discovery where those incredible opals changed the market. We talked about how difficult that's become now. Well, this is the reality. If you just come over here, the opals that are coming out now, although they have the incredible play of colour that the material is famous for and that transparency, they're extremely porous. They have to stay wet. They don't have stabilised colour, which is, and they're still very expensive for that good rainbow colour. But moving forward, anyone who has that natural material that holds that colour forever, well, that material has gone through the roof, and we won't be seeing it on channel anytime soon because it is legacy material.
Gem collectors, you've asked and we are going to deliver. Taking Gem Collector from our current day slot, we are going to be moving to a new evening time slot, 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. every single day, and it starts officially this Monday, the 16th of March. So hopefully you'll be able to join me for our new fantastic late afternoon evening fun here at the world's largest gem store.
At Gem Collector, we want to make your life as straightforward as possible. That's why you can enjoy a 30-day money-back guarantee, just one P&P charge no matter how many times you order in a day, and a free telephone number for hassle-free shopping. Gem buying made simple.
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
So one of the big focal points this year...
I say it all the time, don't I? The importance of birthstones. Why are there birthstones? I mean, we can go into the astrology and very deep things in that regard, which I won't jump into. I'm here as your GIA gemstone professional at the end of the day. So my training is purely from the science of the formation of these stones, the wonderful way that Mother Nature has created them, the miracles that they are, and then the trade and the industry. That's where my expertise is. So I'm not necessarily an expert in the beliefs and the energies and those kind of properties of the stones, which I know are also very, very important and significant. But when it comes to the birthstones in general, it's still a really important and respectful thing to be able to understand and to be able to appreciate that through all of our history as humankind, there are certain stones that have played a really, really big part in our history and in our various cultures. And of course, whether somebody believes in the stars and, you know, the energies and the crystal properties of gemstones, we still all have a birthstone. We're all born at some point throughout the year, and out of those 12 months, there's at least one stone, if not more, that represent that particular month that's your own personal representation. And so regardless of the further beliefs and conversation in that regard, it's still something that all of us very much enjoy being able to have a birthstone, right? So my birthstone is topaz and citrine because I was born in November. Obviously, starting throughout the year, you've got January, which is traditionally garnet, February, which is traditionally amethyst, you know, and moving your way through. But we're now in June, and who would I be if, as your gemstone professional and as your assistant and your fairy gem mother, as you call me, who would I be if I didn't then, as we go through each month, also bring you the best chances of owning the stones of that month that represent them? And with June, it is traditionally pearl, and of course alexandrite comes into the conversation, as well as your moonstones. But as Renee asked earlier, she said, have you got any alexandrites? I wish I did. It is one of the rarest, most expensive stones in the world, as you can imagine. So at the moment, we do not have any in our stocks. They arrive and they sell out instantly. So we are absolutely, you know, as we speak, you know, out back, we are working really hard to try and get you some more alexandrites, and fingers crossed they will be here soon. But for today, the legends of the moonstone and the pearl also, you know, playing a huge significant part in June's birthstones, we have those for you. And the variation, even in this hour, is astonishing. The sizes of these pearls are not normal whatsoever. Pearl, whether we're talking about it as, you know, a birthstone, which again I always say, through and through, so important as collectors, we have to own at least one of every of the birthstones. It's the most crucial thing for any collector, especially, you know, newbies that might just be joining us. They're just starting out with their learning and their collecting. Where do you begin? In all of the 4,000 different stones you can choose from, start with the birthstones. If you can get one of all of the birthstones, you've immediately acquired the most important pieces that have ever been, you know, part of humankind and part of history. So it's a great place to start, it's a great place to finish, and it's a wonderful way to kind of build from, if you like. But when it comes to pearls, not only are they June's birthstone, but these are stones that through history have always been there at the front of, at the top of admiration for luxury, for designers, as well as you can imagine, the ultimate status. If you look at royalty, the crown jewels itself here in the United Kingdom, the crown jewels absolutely adorned with rubies, emeralds, sapphires, diamonds and pearls, right? So they are ultimate luxury. They've always been admired in the sense of fashion, and they have not stopped. They have absolutely not stopped. Someone mentioned to me a couple of months ago, are pearls still in fashion, or if they, you know, are they kind of considered now a little bit kind of old, or, you know, out of date or something like that? Absolutely not. In fact, pearls are now more in fashion than they have ever been. It's like they've never not been within that status. They're more in fashion. They're more collected than ever before. They are actually technically more highly valued than they've ever been in history. You know, considering they've always still again been up there, they're more expensive today than they have ever been in previous years. And talking about, you know, who's wearing them, designers are still absolutely working with them. There are, in this modern world that we're in, social media influencers. You've got 18-year-old, you know, beautiful 18-year-old girls who are taking to social media wearing their pearls. You've got complete contrast. You've got like rap stars, you know, these gentlemen that are in the hip hop industry of, you know, cool music, and they're wearing pearls as well. So they are completely across the board something that every one of us admires and desires. And we know, you know, going to the science and the facts of these pieces, we know how they're formed. We know, you know, traditionally what the expectations would be in terms of their shapes, in terms of their sizes. Pearls, regardless of which water they come from, they could be fresh water, of course. We've got this wonderful South Sea in this hour. they're created at the end of the day by a living being. Because they're organic, they're created by a mollusk in a shell over many, 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 many years. And so we totally understand a shell is only going to be so big, and so a pearl is only going to be able to grow to the limitations of that shell. And therefore the average kind of pearl size in millimetre measurement is about 4 millimetres. And if you look at the graph of pricing of pearls as they've gone up over the years, it's laid out in sizes, it's laid out in shape, it's laid out in colour and quality. Just for sizes alone, the graph usually goes up to 7 millimetres. And then if there is a pearl that's over 7 millimetres, it's a separate category of pearl pricing, because over 7 mil is so big, it's so out of the ordinary to exist at that size that it has to be a really kind of respected in that regard in the luxury category. So the prices between seeing a 7 mil pearl and then an 8 mil pearl, there is a jump that is bigger than anything. Because, and I'm talking about price again, the jump in price just between 7 and 8 mil is humongous, because that's when it's leaping over that threshold of not imagined possible very often at all. And the pieces we've got here, I mean, there's 11 mil, there's 12 mil, there's 13 to 14 mil, there's 15 millimetre size pearls here. These are only possible to exist on the absolute off chance of a specific species, a specific almost happiness and healthiness of the oyster in the first place. As you can imagine, they need to have grown to the biggest size that they can in the first place, so that they've got that big shell. They need to be happy and healthy so that they can create the pearl with nacre that is, again, of a quality nacre. Nacre is a natural protein, just like our skin. And so if I was really poorly, if I wasn't very well whatsoever, you'd be able to tell that in my skin straight away. It's exactly the same with this organic material. So you need big oysters, specifically oyster pink tartar maximas, which are the huge pearl-producing oysters from the South Seas. And then you need them to be looked after properly in the respectable and ethical way of pearl farming. And so all of our pearls, they come, again, directly from source, and we make sure we go to the ethical, registered pearl farmers so that we know that the oysters are looked after properly. Everything is done as it should be. When the pearls are extracted, the oysters taken from the water, very carefully opened to the minimal amount in terms of their shell. The pearl is extracted, which almost gives a sense of relief to the oyster, actually. It's a nice thing for them to have that relief of having this big intruder inside their shell kind of removed. And then they are placed back into their waters to carry on living their happy lives. So that ethical sourcing is another really important part that we are involved with here at Gemporia in bringing you these pearls. And you'll be able to tell the happiness of these oysters in the quality of the pearls that we've got here for you today as well. Jumping in, I know we've got requests across the board really, to be honest, but we're going to jump in with number 1 first, as I've chosen this as a bit of a star buy for you. I have chosen this as a bit of a star buy. Obviously, 14 millimetres, so straight away, we're going big. We are going humongous in size with this piece. And this, at 14 millimetres, not only is it the most unlikely, ginormous scale of size, but we've got the quality again of the nacre. Look how shiny this is. That's a big clue we're looking for in terms of the healthiness and the quality of the pearl, or the healthiness of the oyster, should I say. Is the pearl sizable? Is the pearl lustrous and shiny and smooth in its nacre? Because remember, these can't be cut. They can't be, shaped and cut and faceted down like other gemstones would be. The shape that you get is the shape that you get. They're not changed. Just the same as they're not, highly polished, for many, many hours by a lapidrist. If it's shiny, it's purely because it's naturally formed. It's naturally grown with that really good quality nacre to give the luster that we're seeing here today. And this piece is also completely natural. Another very common thing in the pearl industry is for pearls to be bleached. They are bleached. Of course, they can be dyed as well. but they are very commonly bleached to get that wonderful kind of white appearance that we know and love them for. But this is not been bleached. This is entirely natural. So everything about this pearl is miraculous, isn't it? It's bigger than the norm. It's gloriously lustrous and very, very shiny, and so much so that it's actually delivering to us these rainbows. We call it the orient of the pearl. If you can see a pearl, regardless of its colour, that has shininess, and again the technical term is lustre, but so much so that there starts to appear these ribbons of other colours, so there's moments of pinks and greens and yellows and blues. That's the orient of the pearl, that, as we call it, and again a very clear indicator of the quality of the nacre that we are looking at. This piece, as the star buy at number 1, full package. That's why I've chosen it as the star buy, because it gives us everything that we want and more, right? And as you can see, it's also pre-drilled right the way through. So you could absolutely have this on display and enjoy this in your suspension stands perhaps. But if you do, in the future at some point, want to turn this into a pendant, into earrings, into wonderful jewellery, that pre-drilled hole is there ready to be used, and it will make your life so much easier by having the pre-drilled hole. If you were to have a pearl and you took it, you know, after the fact to be pre-drilled to somebody local, you could be paying hundreds of pounds just for them to drill the hole for you. But we've done it, it's all included. Obviously you get your free certificate of authenticity with every one of our stones, and you're always covered with a 30-day refund guarantee. So you've got nothing to lose with these pieces and everything to gain. This one, I have made sure it's on split pay as well. We are talking about, of course, some very highly valued opportunities here. We're talking about pearls that are of the biggest sizes, the finest possible qualities, the highest values as well. So whatever happens, you're not only going to get the best deal you can dream of, but you can also choose to spread the cost across 2 months. And with a piece like this, anywhere else across the industry, you'd be looking in the region of over £700, okay? Over £700. Now, bearing in mind, in the industry for the last couple of years, every trade event that's happened, Tucson Gem Fair, Hong Kong Gem Fair, any of the few people that have been able to turn up as pearl dealers, as pearl traders, they've turned up at Hong Kong or Tucson Gem Fair, set up their booth with all their pearls, the doors have opened, and the pearls have year on year on year, for multiple years in a row now, completely sold out at record-breaking speed. These individuals that turn up to sell a booth of gemstones, the trade events go on for weeks, if not months, like literally months, where they're there set up every single day, and they might sell 1 stone a day, okay? Imagine turning up thinking you're going to be staying there for months and months and months, and then you set up your booth of pearls, and within 48 hours you have completely sold out. Because that's what's been happening with pearls in the last couple of years. So we're lucky to have these pieces here today, but it's the saving that you can also make the most of that really is exclusive to us, solely here at Gemcollector. This piece, given everything that we're looking at, the glory of the 14mm scale of size, that wonderful curvaceous body, the smoothness of the nacre, the lustre and shininess that it's got to the point where it's giving us the orient of rainbows. And it's yours to get home right now for under £50. Can you believe? Under £50 all in to be able to get this home and into your collection. Again, 2-way split pay is available as well if you'd like to use it. Being 14 mil, so the things that are guaranteed, you've got your certification that will state clearly that it is natural, it's not been bleached or dyed. Again, all of them have been pre-drilled for you. They're all 14mm. You'll notice it's got this ever so slight curvaceous, almost pear. Pear droplet, slight buttoning shape is what I was trying to say. And so that's something that's quite unique to these pieces as well. So they all have this kind of soft pear droplet shape to them, so that you'll really be able to kind of significantly detect the character that these ones have, which again is glorious. This is actually it from up above as well. I keep forgetting to use that camera, it's quite handy. Here at number 1, I think there's only 2 of these left already before they've sold out, so very popular as you can imagine. Number 1 before sell out. Now, working our way through all of these gorgeous stones, as always, you can request away with me. Let me know if you have any questions or any queries, anything in particular that you'd like to see, and we'll be bringing it on. But next up we have number 9. Now number 9 has already sold out. See if this one stands up on its own. Yes, it does. This one's already sold out. Collector in East Sussex has actually got this piece. Congratulations to you. You must have been there so quickly, because it literally sold out in a flash. And this one is the only one. Just to confirm, this is the only one. So East Sussex, this is actually the very one that you're getting home today. Well done to you. I won't dilly-dally in taking the price down and teasing the other collectors. Straight in she goes to your deal, under £40 for this piece at number 9. Number 6 shall be next. Oh, hello there. Stand out again with some uniqueness of colour here. So this is a Tahitian cultured pearl, otherwise known as a black pearl. But just like in the entire industry, really, quite often you'll notice you have the conversation of like black opal. Black opal, rarest colour of opal in the world. Black pearl, very, very rare again. It's never actually black. It's never actually black, and I always like to mention this because I remember when I first started in the gemstone world, I used to be a bit kind of like confused with the situation. Black opal is always either grey or blue, and black pearls, they're usually in the same kind of thing, silvers into greys and blues in tone. But they are Tahiti material, so these actually only come from the black-lipped oyster. So only the black-lipped oyster can create the black pearl, as you can imagine. So straight away, even the species itself is super, super, super rare. And this, some of the most expensive in the world, this piece, it is also pre-drilled, 12 millimetres in size, which we know again is highly impressive. 12 millimetres, certified this one as a round as well. So we have buttons, we have paired droplets, all of them again literally taking on their own natural shape. None of these have been cut or faceted or polished like other traditional gemstones. The shape that the oyster has created is literally the shape that you will get. And so this, as much as pearls are most famously kind of imagined and kind of represented usually with the round shape, technically, it's the rarest. It is the rarest shape to have. And this is one of the benefits that you and I have as collectors, isn't it? Most people, they think of opals and they think of a stone that has play of colour, but you and I know, even though that's what everyone kind of thinks of and imagines, you and I know that actually it's only less than 10% of opals that have play of colour. Same with a pearl. Everyone thinks of a pearl, they usually think of a white stone that is a perfect sphere, a perfect round. But you and I know, actually, when it comes to pearls, most of them are only white because they've been bleached, and in terms of shape, they are never, ever usually perfectly round. That is the most limited, it is the most unlikely and rarest shape for a pearl to have. And obviously, it massively rises value. And so, if you see a perfect round, if you see a pearl, over the 4 mil size, if you see a pearl that is in any which way out of the ordinary, hugely exciting quality for your collection to get your hands on. And this being the only Tahitian, I knew it was going to be popular, but gee whiz, sold out in a flash. Claire in Cumbria got 2, and Becky in Hampshire got 1, and that's it. That's all I had. So they have sold out. Well done to those of you grabbing these pieces. That one was number 6. That one was number 6. Where was I? Bear with me. Hello, Michael in Hampden County. How are we doing? Number 8 for your request. Coming on in next. Number 8 is the 10 mil South Sea Pearl. Okay, just loading this in. So, Michael, I've got 2 of these available. 10 millimetres, again, recognised as very impressive in size. And this one is a button pearl. So, like the previous, you've got that ever so slight, not completely flat bottom, but buttoned. It quite literally means, as you can imagine, if you get a perfect round or a perfect sphere of something, and you just go like that, you just ever so slightly squish it. So one of the sides of it is going to be a little bit flatter, and that's a big benefit for many jewellers as well. For any of you guys that set your lovely gemstones into jewellery, when it comes to pearls, as you can imagine, it's a whole whole different situation trying to actually grip onto a pearl in comparison to gripping onto a diamond, where you've got, you know, the classic kind of cutting, you've got edges to grip things onto, and you can fit your claw prongs around it. Pearls, you can't put a load of claw prongs around a pearl, can you? It's a totally different situation. And so the buttoning... Oh, hang on, sorry, apologies. What have I just done? Where's that gone? Where's that gone? How have I done that? If you hear a sudden little ding, this is live television. I do apologise. My earring, one of my earrings, has just fallen onto the desk, and then the other half of it has disappeared. Do you just hate it when that happens? No. It's gone. I'll search for it later. I've got the other half of my earring. I'm just going to put it there. Luckily, I've got the half of it that's got the gemstone in it is the bit that I found. I'm just going to put that there so it stays safe. Anyway, apologies about that. Very unprofessional. It just took me by surprise. We might find it actually in one of the parcels of gemstones. Or something. Anyway, as I was saying, so the button pearl, huge benefit because you've got that slightly flatter bottom. It gives you more to grip onto, doesn't it? Anyway, we've got 2 of this one available. Just 2 chances of this one available with the natural 10mm button. And, do you know, this is super savvy, this. This is super, super savvy. £29.99 for this one. £29.99 all in. Great choice there. That was from Michael in Hampden County. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I know we've got some wonderful requests for the moonstones as well, which I will absolutely will make sure to go to very shortly. From the pearl at number 8, though, we have number 3. Okay, number 3. Ooh, Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Can I just, if I just do this. So this is on number 8. Look at this. Number 3. Hello there. So number 3 is a 15mm. 15mm. Ginormous. Cell-C cultured pearl, once again completely natural. This is also a buttoned shape as well. Look at the rainbows. Can you see the rainbows coming off of this? Sometimes it does help if I just dim the lights down slightly. Sometimes it helps the camera try and capture some of those lovely rainbows. This is a very impressive stone from the size, obviously the size of it, the overall scale, the lustre of the nacre, the fact that it's given us those rainbows. And this one's also pre-drilled all the way through as well, by the way, all the way through from top to bottom, making it nice and easy to set. And considering the 15mm size, bearing in mind the average is 4, if it's over 7mm, they rocket in price as they are now officially in the luxury category. This is as big as it gets, isn't it? This is as big as it gets. Now, you've seen so many of these flying out the door already. You can absolutely imagine that's going to continue happening across the board with stones like this. But please do bear in mind, being 15mm, there is definitely the most limited situation in terms of what's available. There's only 2 of these that have ever been found. Only 2 of these that have ever literally been created by the wonderful oyster pinctada maxima over in the Indonesian waters. So out of those 2, it could be both of them going home to one collector. It could be simply, you know, one to one and one to another. It's just a case of who gets there first with that limitation. They are, I believe, sold out very quickly. They have just gone to 0 on my screen here at number 3. Yeah, sold out. Gone in a flash. And both of them have actually gone to our lovely Claire. Well done to you, my darling. That was number 3 for the 15mm. Now, if you want a 15mm and you've just missed out on this piece at number 3, you might have noticed number 4 right next door is also 15mm. And it's also a button, so you might be thinking, well, if this one's 15mm and it's a button, and the next one's 15 mil and it's a button. Why are they two separate auctions? Well, it's because we're also giving you the choice of having the drilled hole or not having the drilled hole. So this one here at number 4 is 15 mil button, but it has not been pre-drilled. So this is what we'd call being left entire. Okay, it is left entire, so no drilling whatsoever with this pearl. Great for those of you that want to enjoy these and have these on display. Maybe if you do have plans in the future of setting them and it doesn't need the hole with the design that you've got, again, perfect with this particular piece as an all-round glorious scale of size. Can I just actually put it back onto there, show you the size of it on the hand? Look at it. It's just amazing, isn't it? Amazing. And so here with this very piece at number 4, I am going to match that price for you as well. For a 15mm pearl. This only is possible here at Gemcollector with these prices.
recently bought you an amazing parcel of Morofino sphene. Now, my good friend that was selling it did something incredible, something I've never seen before when he showed me the parcel. It blew my mind. I hope it blows yours too. What he did was take a piece of paper, wrapped into like an ice cream cone, took a regular torch, dropped the torch down the paper so we just got a pinpoint. He hovered it first over a topaz, then a diamond, and over the sphene so I could see the amount of fire. Let me show you how this works. Let's take the lights down. So, over the topaz, you can see that we've got beautiful amounts of brilliance, lots and lots of sparkle, but very little fire and dispersion. Over the diamond, you'll see on top of the brilliance how you're getting a little bit of fire on top of that. But now look at the Morofino sphene. This is incredible. I've never seen a genuine natural gemstone ever have so much fire and dispersion. This is a truly amazing gemstone. When you get it home, you won't need the torch, you'll just need great sunlight.
Right, has that worked? Have we got sound? Have we got sound? Have we got sound? Sound, sound, sound. Is there sound on that? Hello, hello, hello. Yes, sound's back, thank goodness. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I do apologise. I'm chatting away, and then I saw your messages that the sound had gone. I am back. I've just swapped my little battery pack over. Right, so apologies. Everything that I just said, you didn't hear a word of it. In brief, as you can see, I've already taken it down now, 129 quid. In brief, we know that even here at Gemcollector, with our incredible deals, one of these Baroque organic shaped pearls would be about £30 with us on its own. So for everything that's in here, that's £330 because there's 11 pearls that you get. So 330 quid if you were purchasing them individually with us, but because they're in a box set, £129 only. So you get a huge multi-buy discount with by acquiring it like this, and every single one of these pearls is pre-drilled as well. Apologies about that, guys. Right, that was number 2. Number 2, Collector in China Wear just missed number 4, so I'm quickly going to bring that back on for you. This is number 4. There's only 2 of these left in the world, my lovely. 15 millimetres, so the biggest that you can possibly get your hands on. Biggest you can get your hands on, oh, excuse me, falling away, and £49.99 all in. And this one is left entire. So the previous 15mm, which is very similar, that one has been pre-drilled. Then this one is the one that is not pre-drilled for your preference. But it's there at number 4 for Collector in Tyne and Wear. Right, where am I? I can hear you now, Foxy. I can hear your sweet and lovely voice. I've never heard that before. What does request a call refer to, says Collector in Cook? Request a call? Request a call? That might be with our help team, with our call centre. If you say request a call, you might need some assistance with something, and I'm making assumptions here, so apologies. I'm assuming it literally will just give them a little bit of a note to say, can you call this particular collector? But obviously, you can always call them if you need them as well. Right, we are number 5, and then we're going to go to some moonstones as well. We are going to go to some moonstones. Number 5, 13.5 by 15 millimetres in height once again. Now, this one is so unique in its, obviously, firstly, whopping size, but also because of its unique proportions being an oval shape. This one is a complete one of a kind, okay? A one of a kind. I do not have another one like it. This is the only one in the world. I'm just going to use my executive pearl holder there to stand that up for you so that you can see up close. There we go, and she's very smooth, isn't she? She's very smooth and lustrous. So this very one and only, the one that you'll be getting home, I don't know who's going to grab it, but you've got to be quick. Under £50 once again for the most unique as it gets, limited edition, one-of-a-kind pearl. Also pre-drilled as well. In fact, if I think, I'm going to attempt to lie that down. There we go, and then you can see it from up above. They're at number 5. Good luck to you. Okay. Thank you, Becky. So, Becky, very kind of you. You've done it so quickly. Becky has just messaged me and saying, just letting you know, I've had to release one of number 6. So, our lovely Becky in Hampshire is referring to this Tahitian pearl. And I know this was incredibly popular earlier on. Completely sold out with all the quantity that we had. And all the others are still sold out. It's just one that is now come back into availability as Becky's released it. So if you wanted this Tahitian pearl at number 6, you have got a second chance because one of them has just come back into availability here. £49.99, 12 mil, pre-drilled, and the only one like it as well, of course, being the black pearl. So very good luck. You have got a second chance as that is available. Right. Leanne said, hello Leanne, she says, when something sells out and you can't add it to your basket, instead it will then say you can request a call. I hope that helps. Thank you for letting me know, Leanne. So actually, now that you've said that, it must be that if something's sold out, you missed it because obviously, you know, other collectors have pounced on it. If you click request a call, it should add you to a list with the call centre, with the help team. So if it suddenly comes back into availability and you know, they have chance within the moment of it coming back in, your name will appear on a list of multiple names of people who really wanted it. So if one comes back into availability, the show is, you know, the show's ended and we're no longer on air, they'll realise, okay, they've got one back. So the next day they can go, right, we've got a list of people who actually also wanted it. Let's ring the first person on the list and say, you know, you got a second chance. Do you want to add this to your basket? So I'm assuming that is what it is when it's sold out. Thank you, Leanne, for clearing that one up. Right, number 6 has now officially sold out again. It went to Collector Anonymous, it just says. Collector Anonymous, marvellous. Okay, so jumping in now, I know many of you have been waiting for some fantastic moonstones to be brought on as well. The moonstones. I'm trying my best not to miss any of your requests for moonstones. I think the first one that was super popular, number 15, to be going to. Load this in, and now this is a one of a kind because it is a carved moonstone. It's been carved by hand. Okay, so definitely not a stone that we would have quantity on at all. Being a moonstone as well, I do need to just dim my lights down slightly. There we go, zoom ourselves. Oh, look at that for some antiluminescence. So one only in the world, carved by hand. Beautiful work of art. And this is straight down, for whoever gets there first, £19.99. £19.99 all in here at number 15 for you. Number 16 is also £19.99. Just so that you're aware. And number 16, I think that would probably be one of my top recommendations, to be honest, because it's a ridiculous giveaway, an absolutely ridiculous giveaway. You get 6 stones, so they're in 3 little bags, which I'm just going to give you a glimpse of here. You get 2 amethysts, 2 Ethiopian opals, and then 2 moonstones. So all 6 of them, and we have only got 5 minutes left to check out, so apologies, I'm not going to open those out of the bag. But you get all 6 of these fabulous stones that you can see. There's only 2 bags left for £19.99. They're at number 16. £19.99 for all 6 of them. That's absurd. We wouldn't even be able to bring you one of those Ethiopian opals for that price normally. Right, next up we have, let me go back to my messages. Number 4 has been done, marvellous. Number 15 has been done. Okay, well, I'm sure there were other moonstone requests. I don't want to miss anyone out. Hang on, go back up here. Number 13, where are you? Here we go. Number 13 is 10.37 carats, so this is a one-of-a-kind as well. Oh, one-of-a-kind piece, 16.5mm tall, the biggest of them all, and quality through and through. If you've seen enough moonstones in your time, you'll know that they are far more traditionally pretty much opaque stone, and the moonlight blue will only occur usually on the surface of it. This piece is far from opaque, isn't it? I mean, it's got a complete body of translucency you can see all the way through. So, very impressive quality. It's completely natural as well. And this one, £19.99. £19.99 for all 6 of them. That's absurd. We wouldn't even be able to bring you one of those Ethiopian opals for that price normally. for one person only, £29.99 at number 13 here today. Number 13 on your screen. Number 14 right next door. It's from the same parcel as well, so same amazing quality you can absolutely expect. Here at number 14 is the cushion shape, perfectly symmetrical cushion shape as well. Over 9 carats in your weight and down to £24.99 for this exact stone here at number 14. Number 19, if I load this piece in, and again, we do only have about 4 minutes left before everything disappears in this hour as the time comes to an end. Number 19, now this one, if you're after moonstone of quality, like the previous pieces, this is also again of the same parcel. You've got outstanding clarity and translucency from a stone that's normally opaque. And then this is the only one that I have quantity as well. So for those of you that have amazing creative ideas thinking, right, I would love to have 3, I've got 3 in total, by the way, if you need 3 of them or 2 of them, this is the only one that does have that quantity. I've got 3 chances and all 3 of them could perfectly, with the same height and width in terms of measurement, they could perfectly go together in a lovely sweet design. And they are here, £14.99 at number 19. £14.99 at number 19 in this hour. Anita, there you are. She says, thank you for a gorgeous number 6. I grabbed it happily as it came back suddenly. I'm so glad you got it. So glad you got it, Anita. Number 6. So that's a big thank you to actually Becky in Hampshire, who, I mean, there was a few of them originally. They've obviously sold out to various collectors, but just that one was grabbed by Becky in Hampshire, and then she very quickly released it, and I'm so glad that you pounced on it, Anita. It was meant to be. Right, from number 19, with moments only left in this hour, number 21. Yes, 27 carat moonstone. Hello there. 27 carat moonstone. This again, just one only available. What a beauty she is with that perfect agilarescence, that moonlight that, of course, we want it to have is definitely present, isn't it? And this one, for one collector, will be under £30 here at number 21 today. Number 21. Where's that gone? Number 23, the biggest, not just baroque, so baroque is the fancy organic shape that the stone has, but metallic. Natural metallic, so multicoloured rainbow of a pearl that we have within our vaults. This is a wow factor through and through, isn't it? 27 by 60 millimetres and never ending in the rainbows that this has got. And again, it's natural. It's not been, I know we discussed earlier, it's complete common practice across the entire industry of both loose gemstones and, of course, jewellery when it comes to pearls. We think of them most of the time as a round stone and a white stone. But in fact, white and round are still very rare, expectations from something that is organic and natural. So most of the time, they are not necessarily always round. Sometimes they might be shaped, but they're certainly always commonly bleached. When it comes to then other coloured gemstones, other coloured pearls, should I say, they'll be dyed instead. To have a natural colour is one thing. To have natural, metallic, rainbow of colours. This is one of the most magnificent and rare specimens you can ever get your hands on. A giant one as well. And this one's actually in a secret sale for you today. So all the way down, previously on at £299, but you can get it today for £99 only, or £33 on a three-way split pay. And it comes in a nice little suspension stand, certified, of course, for free. And you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee covering you as well. That's number 23 in this hour. Number 23 for you. Just slipping that away. You've got a minute left to win it before it all disappears. The highest graded pearl, number 22 of the freshwater. Highest graded pearl in the entire vault. This pearl, remember how we grade pearls? The shape, the purity, the smoothness of the nacre, and also the orient of the pearl. If the nacre is of the highest grade, you will see rainbows. Instead of it being simply just white, you'll start to see rainbows of pinks and yellows and greens. And this piece has it all. It's perfectly round. Absolute perfect sphere. 10.5 mil. Freshwater pearls, also extremely rare in terms of, you know, where they come from, the waters that they come from, the species that they come from. They tend to be some of the most expensive pearls out there, a bit like the Akoya. And then this one being the highest graded. It can't get more perfect in shape. It can't get more perfect in luster, nacre quality, and the orient of rainbow. And so the premium piece. And I know we all strive for that, don't we? Of course, we all have the goal when it comes to collecting, of collecting what we love, but also collecting it at the best possible, highest grade that you could ever achieve. And if it's a pearl, this is the pearl that has exactly that. Here at number 22, also in a secret sale, down to under £100 here today. Yes, very good. Right, we are pretty much out of time in this hour. Another fantastic hour that we've all been able to enjoy the birthstones of June. Huge well done to so many of you that have made the most of this and filled your boots with these treasures. Honestly, you should be so proud of yourself, being able to not only find them, source them and own them, but you should be very proud of yourself in how you're going about it, because the reality is, once again, I know we're here at Gemcollector and, you know, we might get used to the variations and the steals of deals that we can do, but the reality is, me and you and everyone else, if we weren't here getting these for these prices, the reality is you'd have a lot of work on your hands trying to source them elsewhere, and you will be paying hundreds, if not thousands of pounds for something that you've just managed to get for 100 quid or 50 quid. So you should be so proud of yourself for having that know-how as well. But enjoy. I'm going to go to another little break and we're going to get the next hour ready. It's a brilliant Sunday. I know I've already, we've been spoilt rotten, but it's going to continue. In the next 2 hours, we have the unlocking of the brand new rubies in the vault. Pop that away. Unlocking of the brand new rubies with the exclusive star buy of the highest graded emerald. Not only the rarest emerald origin in the world, that's Pangaea, but it could be Pangaea super impressive if you get one, regardless of the size or of the grade, right? How about owning a Pangaea that is then also the highest grade we've ever had within our vault? That's this. It's coming up with the rubies in just a second. And then don't forget, as our grand finale, the museum specimens of amethyst. All still to be enjoyed. See you in a sec.
Hi guys, I am here at the museum exhibition, essentially the unveiling of the world's most incredible peridot. And I'm joined by Pietona, who is the executive director of Fuli Gemstones. And something really exciting has just taken hold. We're talking about, you know, how this is the biggest known source of peridot in the world. But that isn't the most exciting feature about this material, is it? Yeah. No. We're just talking about the dispersion. Because I was like, these are like green diamonds.
They are like green diamonds, and there's a reason for that. Not only are they formed in the same area as diamond in the mantra, all other gemstones are formed in the upper crust. Yeah. So 2 gemstones formed down there. They're pushed up by volcanic action. And what's amazing, they have really high refraction, which makes them really intensely sparkle. And even though colour gemstones, as you go down smaller and smaller, you do lose saturation. But in this particular gemstone, you lose none of the sparkle. Yeah. So they look, if you look down to the smaller ones, they look just like diamonds.
Yeah, and you've got the 3 distinct colour grades here. Yeah. You know, and I love the grading that's being done here, so everyone can really understand what makes this material so special. But as you were saying, unlike other peridot deposits that I've come across from whether it be Arizona or indeed Burma, it's the clarity that makes this material behave like this.
Yeah, so we're really fortunate in the fact that 80% of the material that comes out is eye clean. Wow. There's nothing wrong with an inclusion though, because that tells us it's natural. Yeah. If there's no inclusions, you've got to ask yourself, is it a real gemstone? And
I would be asking, is that real? Because I've never seen peridot look like that.
And also like the phenomenal colour, this vivid green colour. Many people who see this gemstone for the first time, they're like, what is this? Is it a zavarite? Is it a demantoid? I'm like, no, it's the peridot, because they've been so used to seeing like a yellowy green rather than a green gemstone. And here it is, proof in the pudding. Another amazing fact about peridot, it's the only gemstone that comes in one colour, green.
Wow.
Green, so you get shades of green.
Yeah.
Other gemstones you can find, zircons are different colours, sapphires are different colours. Peridot is green. Needs nothing doing to it apart from finding it, discovering it in the ground, bringing it out, and bringing out its beauty through facets.
Amazing. And I just want to say, seeing this peridot is like seeing peridot for the first time.
It is.
So used to seeing, as you said, the material that might have even been mined in the same mountain range, but from secondary deposits, whatever. When you see this colour, I too couldn't believe that it was peridot, and to have that dispersion is amazing.
And it's a even though it's a really ancient gemstone and it was originally discovered by the Egyptians thousands of years ago, because it's not been used right or not even been cut correctly, and they've not really understood what peridot can be, it's an innovative new gemstone.
Hello everyone, I am at the Holiodome, as you can see behind me here, and I've just been looking at some AAA tanzanite. Now, as we know, a AAA tanzanite is one of the highest grades of tanzanite that you can find, but here at the Holiodome, I've just seen two pieces. One was £18,500, the other over £60,000, set with diamonds in 18 karat gold. It wasn't quadruple A, it was AAA. It really gives you an idea of some of the prices that people are paying, even for AAA grade tanzanite in the market right now. Now, you guys know at Gemporia how advantageous we are with tanzanite. I've told you time and time again that we are the best in the world when it comes to it. And it's going to be no more representational than in the show that you're about to witness on screen right now. If you want affordability, if you want the highest caliber of tanzanite that you can find anywhere, then stay tuned because you're about to see it.
The lake behind me used to be one of the largest ruby mines in the region, at its height producing up to 70,000 carats a year. That sounds a lot, right? But our local guide has just explained to me, he was telling me the 70,000 carats because actually it's hardly anything. And when he explained why, I was blown away. Because of that 70,000 carats, just 5% were even good enough to cabochon grade. That means just 3,500 carats of the 70,000 carats could be made into cabochons. But more strikingly, he said it was only the top 0.5% that were worthy of faceting. So of a mine that is clearly so big geographically and producing 70,000 carats a year, just 350 carats would be worthy of setting into your jewellery.
So one of the things that's really set us apart as a group of companies over the last 2 decades is actually having your feet on the ground. And as a group of companies, we've always made sure that that was our priority. We understand that being at a primary source, being able to actually go to a location, puts you in a very strong position. And that's why over the last 20 years, you've watched us go and find you diamonds from Canada, watched us go into Burma to squeeze some of the finest jade and some of the most incredible rubies, watched us go to Nepal for some of the most incredible kyanite that the world has ever seen, not to mention covering the whole of Southeast Asia, into Africa, dare I say it, going all the way to the North Pole as well. We are explorers as well as storytellers, but it is that exploration that allows us to really not only show you the best out there or the stories behind them, but to also present you with some of the finest gemstones at some of the finest prices. I would like you to take into consideration next time you walk into a jewelry store or next time you go to a website that sells jewelry and ask yourself this. Have they been to that location? Do they know who cut that? Do they know who set that? Do they know everything about that individual stone? Because if they don't, they are nowhere near what we can achieve for you here at Jewelry Maker, Gemporia or Gemcollector.
here is the area that the operators they are mining.
Yeah.
They are going just more than 100 meters.
Wow. So 100 meters into the rock?
Into the rock.
So if I understand that everything they've taken out,
sure.
If they leave it out,
okay.
A, it doesn't look nice, but B, it becomes unsecure.
Okay.
So they push it all back in when they're finished.
Sure.
Yeah. In the very, very beginning, the whole of that ridge.
Yeah. All this,
they
all
were
the
literally
belts.
very only sort of a few meters in, but now they're having to go quite a long way. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you see this one, it's at the maximum just 1 meter. That means the thickness. 1 meter. When you go deeply, the thickness becomes small.
The whole seam is only about 1 meter?
1 meter.
And that's it?
Yeah, not more than that.
And actually looking at the landscape, you can understand why they're not looking for any alluvial deposits here, because with so much rain it would have washed a long, long way away. So the only place now is in the host rock here.
Yeah, this one.
Gem collectors, you've asked and we are going to deliver. Taking Gem Collector from our current day slot, we are going to be moving to a new evening time slot, 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. every single day, and it starts officially this Monday, the 16th of March. So hopefully you'll be able to join me for our new fantastic late afternoon evening fun here at the world's largest gem store.
In the southern region of Brazil, just north of the Uruguayan border, lies one of the biggest discoveries of amethyst on the planet. Alto Uruguay amethyst showcases not just the purple variety of amethyst, but stunning greens, breathtaking lavender, and delicate Rose de France colours. All of the mines in the region are underground and are manned by very small teams. It takes many days to discover each geode and finally extract the beautiful amethyst hidden inside.
At Gem Collector, we make expanding your jewellery collection both exciting and risk-free. Here's how. In our reverse auctions, the price drops as you watch. Call or bid online to secure your piece, and know that no matter when you bid, you'll get the final low price. We even combine your orders with one simple delivery charge per day, and it's all backed by our 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can enjoy your gem collecting hobby hassle-free.
Here with the Aquadite, that's not the case. It is not an open pit. It is hard rock, super hard rock.
Yeah.
And we can see it in the videos where I'm going
for sure.
in. And they literally, with that rebar, it's all hand, the amount of work.
Manual labor.
The manual labor. I mean, we pay them top dollar.
This is you, I believe, in the mine.
But to get that tunnel into the ground, I mean, there's some videos that I think, I'm not sure if I've downloaded them into the system, but there's some videos that you can actually see the guy hammering. And I sat there for literally an hour watching this guy, how slow it is to crack that rock inch by inch, taking that stuff out, and having to go for meters and meters and meters of rock without finding anything. And because of the formation, you end up getting hard rock and you find nothing. So there's not like a vein or something that you can find. They're just digging into the mountain.
It's almost like
and praying that they can find something, you know?
It's very difficult to find blue tourmaline. We're inside a big pegmatite that was pushed up to the surface of the Earth with a volcanic action many, many millions of years ago. It's very, very hard rock indeed. We're some 150 meters below the surface of the Earth here, and some 200 meters inside the tunnel. And yet, when you talk about blue tourmaline, they're literally bringing out 1 or 2 pieces a week. It's incredibly rare. And the sizes are normally very, very small. So to find a 3-4 carat piece, we're talking months. We're talking a long, long time. In fact, over the last couple of years, they've only had 1 piece come out over 5 carats. So your blue tourmaline for mines like this, very, very rare. People talk about tanzanite being rare. You're talking about a different league altogether. Blue tourmaline, hard to find, gorgeous to look at, great depth of colour, very durable gemstone, and very, very hard in harsh mining conditions.
Hi guys, so I'm here with Kakuda Pearls, who have one of the finest selection of pearls that I've seen anywhere. We're talking incredible natural Tahitians.
So another hour of really significant gemstones here. With the pearls in the previous hour, it was in the theme of June's birthstone. And of course, rubies are July's birthstone. Emerald, that's also a birthstone of May. So, you know, we're literally celebrating some of the most important stones in the world, in history. Pearls, emeralds, rubies, as you can imagine, with other stones as well, they all fit within the birthstones of the year. And if they are a birthstone, out of over 4,000 different minerals and gemstones that have been discovered on planet Earth, to be in that top 12, the stone has to be very significant. It'd be no different if you were a human and you were in a dance competition, right? And you were going and entering into a dance competition that's the biggest in the world, and you end up getting into the final. Out of thousands and thousands of people, you end up in the final out of just 50 people, maybe. You're one of the best in the world, right? And you could say that about so many different examples and versions. But these are natural treasures, and so we're talking about history. We're talking about thousands of years of human history in which we're uncovering complete miracles that Mother Nature has created for us, and these are the most important and the most significant. Now, pearls, emeralds, rubies, yes, they're the birthstones, but also rubies and emeralds, these two aren't just birthstones. These two are in the top 4 of precious status, okay? No other gemstone is a precious gemstone. They're all, and it doesn't matter, you know, how rare or how magnificent they are, how collectible they are, there's only technically, I know tanzanite's just come in to make it technically 5 precious stones, but before tanzanite came along, it's 4, and that is it out of 4,000. So if you're looking at precious stones, diamonds, sapphires of course, emeralds and rubies are the precious status stones. Removing diamonds, because they're in their own kind of category and always expected to be white, that leaves just then 3. And obviously we've got 2 of those 3 here in this hour today. It doesn't get more important in terms of collecting than it does when it comes to precious status stones. And also talking of monetary value, talking of, you know, how much they, sorry, I've got a bit of fluff on my face. Talking of, you know, how much they go up in value and people that choose to invest in gemstones. It's absolute common knowledge that people don't invest in just anything. They invest in, for the very good reason of investing, something that they know will bring them a good return, right? And so they're not necessarily going to invest in something that isn't that well known. They're going to go for the safe option, something that is proven time and time again to always be a good choice, to always go up in value, and to always be very popular. And the precious status is absolutely that best safety net. So of all the people that invest and have invested over the years in gemstones and in jewellery, I can absolutely tell you now the statistics will show that most of those investments have all been placed in emeralds, rubies and sapphires above all else. So there's many different reasons as to why getting these stones is important. You don't have to necessarily be investing. It could simply be as a collector for your own wonderful passion and for your own legacy and passing down through the generation that you're getting these pieces. But they are genuinely some of the most important to get your hands on. Obviously, this is an unlocking of ruby sensations. We've got some fantastic brand new rubies for you in this hour. Whopping rubies as well, as you can probably already see. The Madagascar material, the Kenyan material, always very popular. Some of the purest ruby in the world comes from Kenya. And I'm talking purity in terms of the science and the ratios of what elements are within it. And they're the most natural as well. You'll notice the Kenyan rubies, number 2, 3 and 4, they've not been filled, they've not been diffused, they've not, you know, had necessarily the heavy treatments that rubies always usually do. A bit of heat treatment, they're grown in the earth with heat and pressure. And so rubies, or any stone that's been heated, they're mined out of the earth and they're taken into a gemologist lab. And then in a controlled environment, they are exposed to more of the heat that Mother Nature gave to them in the first place to form. And so most places in the industry will, in conversation of treating gemstones, they kind of disregard heat treatment because it's just continuing what Mother Nature started and is still considered completely natural. So to find ruby that's simply had a bit of heat treatment, it really is the most natural that it gets. And so those Kenyans are definitely one of my top recommendations for you coming up shortly. But we are going to start with number one, before we then enjoy the rest of the hour all to do with the rubies. And number one is the emerald. Of course, you can see I've only got one auction for the emerald. This is the emerald of emeralds, right? This is the ultimate bucket list dream version of an emerald. If all emeralds have high value, all emeralds have that history, all emeralds chosen for investment, they're all special in their own right. But from all of those different origins in which they've been found, which one's the rarest of the lot? The Panjshir Afghanistan Valley, right? That is the rarest origin of emerald on planet Earth. So just for rarity in terms of, collecting stones, the Panjshir is always going to be straight away something that we're striving to get our hands on. But still, it could be of any grade, it could be of any size, right? Regardless, if you can get a Panjshir emerald, it's a huge achievement. Separate conversation. Quality, the grading. Now, emeralds being very different to lots of other stones, they're quite complicated in terms of how they're graded. It's not like a diamond where it's your 4 C's and it's quite simple to assess the situation. With an emerald, there's over 200 different grades that exist, far more than most other stones. And that's because, again, they are a different material, they are complex and complicated, and they're a type 3 gemstone. So they are, within their nature, as taught to us by the GIA, over 85% of all emeralds that are ever discovered from any location will always be so heavily included that they're almost on the verge of being opaque. So that's what type 3 category gemstones mean. Ruby are also type 3 category. So because we know that they're type 3, it means that they're going to be included. It's part of their natural character, and for us as collectors or investors or jewelry designers, the inclusions are to be completely embraced. They are to be accepted as part of their characteristics. We call them, in the emerald world, we call them jardins. It's like a garden of inclusions that are part of its beautiful DNA, right? So if we know that emeralds have that status, we know that emeralds have that traditional character, we know that Panjshir Valley is the rarest origin of them all, and in terms of what we expect for quality and grade, it doesn't matter. It could be any one of those 200, and it's Panjshir rarity that we are after. But what happens then if we can find Panjshir with the top grade as well? And we're talking about purity of green, we're talking about some sort of translucency, not clarity necessarily like a diamond would easily be able to give us, but just an extra special quality that is unlike other, normal emeralds in terms of it being that little bit cleaner, that little bit more light can get into the stone so that the green can really glow for us. That would be the ultimate dream, right? And this is the stone that's got it. And that's why I've only got one auction. That's why I've only got 4 stones in terms of quantity. Completely and utterly, that's your lot, right? That is your lot. But this is still a huge opportunity, the fact that we've even got it here today. In terms of the significance, the magnificence, these have been talked about and documented, as you can imagine, for many, many years in so many different articles and big names of that discussion. Responsibly sourced from the Panjshir Valley in Afghanistan, the world's most magnificent emeralds. And of course, there's magnificent material and grades that can come from any location across all the different sources, across the whole world's map. They all play a big part in the importance and the history of emeralds in general, and they all have their own character as well. So the colour ranges, yes, we know them for green, but there can be pure green, there can be bluish green, there can be yellowish green, of course, and that will massively differ depending on the origin and also depending on the elements, trace elements that are within them. So chromium is majoritively responsible for the green. But then vanadium can sometimes come into conversation with the likes of Zambian and even iron, right? But it's the Afghanistan panchir that has always brought to us the purest and the finest. Even though they are the rarest and hardest to find, it's always so desirable because of that quality that has been noted by the biggest names literally in the world. And there's lots of different articles that you can look at and find yourself. But let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What kind of values are we talking about for panchir? Well, you can see here highlighted, with today's technology, these stones can be cut into melee, and as melee sizes, they can average between 500 and 1,500 per carat. Now, that's a big number anyway in the gemstone world, but please do again bear in mind, they're referring to melee sizes there. Melee sizes are accent-sized stones, so that's 1 millimetre. For a 1 millimetre melee stone, they start at that kind of price, up to $1.5 a carat. And as we know, price per carat goes up as the stone size goes up. So if that's melee sizes, what happens when you've then got a 20-point or a 30-point stone? It can be 2,000 or 3,000 a carat. What happens if you've got a half a carat solitaire? They can go into the tens of thousands of dollars per carat for those kind of sizes, where they're still retaining that amazing quality. And again, I know there's a lot of information here, but we are pushed for time, and I just want to give you the nitty-gritty, the important bullet points of the facts of the significance of this location. Their colour, their quality can vary, of course, as all do, but the best being comparable to the Colombia's highest quality emeralds on the planet. There's a Himalayan piece there, Afghanistan, of course, a ginormous carat weight. That's $40,000 for this wonderful piece in a ring there. Of course, again, one only in the world. Going back to that article, it's really necessary for us to fully appreciate and understand the rarity of finding something like what we've got here for you today. So if you look at the bottom there, they've studied more than 100 gem quality emeralds from the Panjshir Valley, ranging from 1 carat to more than 30 carats. But their comparable chemical composition is astonishingly similar to the Colombian, the big fame of the Colombian material. However, the brightness always comes out on top. You can see, even just in those photographs there, they have an intensity that is darker than the Colombians, and yet still a glow that is powerful beyond belief. And that is what you're going to see with this piece here today. That is exactly what we are here to appreciate here today. This piece is so fine. Again, there's only 4 of them. They come in these gorgeous leather display boxes to display and, of course, to protect as our little gift to you. And this is a stone that I can hand on heart tell you now, you will be over the moon with the second that you see it. And if you have collected emeralds in the past, you might have 1 emerald, you might have 100 emeralds in your possession already. The second you see this, you will know that this is a standout piece, because nothing is like it whatsoever in terms of the full package of appearance. Even from there and still in the box, there's very clearly a clarity that's allowing this stone to actually start sparkling. And how weird is that? It's strange, isn't it? For a stone that's type 3 to give a sparkle is not normal whatsoever. Sparkle only occurs if light can get into a stone, and then what we're physically viewing as sparkle is light getting in and the stone then reflecting it and bouncing it back out like a diamond would. But emeralds inclusions will stop light from doing that, so it just never occurs. It's more about appreciating their colour than anything. But this piece shocks us with the sparkle factor. Coming in at over half a carat, that's nearly 7 millimetres in your height. It's in every which way from weight as well as measurement, a very large, very impressive size stone, I'm sure you'd agree. And I'm going to take it out of the box here so that we can see it up close and personal. Oh, look at even there, just beaming at me. Because you won't believe it. You just will not believe it. I'd love for you to be able to get this home and not only get to know this stone, but hold it up in comparison to the other emeralds that you have and witness the difference, feel the difference, feel the magic and the luxury that it has in every which way with its unlikely top tier grade. Again, there's over 200 grades of emerald that exist. Gem quality emeralds that we are very lucky to see here at Gemcollector and across Gemporia. Gem quality, you know, not just here, but outside in retail situation. If you've ever been to a lovely boutique jewellery shop that has emeralds in jewellery for you to purchase, across the board, out of those 200 grades that exist, it's half of that will ever end up in the jewellery or the gemstone industry as facetable quality crystal, okay? So straight away, we're halving out of all the different options and the grades, less than half of it will then ever be a faceted piece that we get to see and enjoy here. So now we're down to just less than 100 of the grades that we're after and that we want to enjoy. Is this piece in the 100th spot of grade? Is this piece even in the top 50 of those grades? No. This is the world's largest gem store, and this is the highest graded emerald in the entire vault. We're talking in the top 10% of everything that could ever possibly exist. It does not get better. It does not get rarer for origin, and it doesn't get finer for quality. And again, that translucency, now we can really see it. Now we can really, really get a glimpse. Even from the back of the stone, which wouldn't happen if it was in jewellery, it's already kind of set in, you wouldn't be able to look at it in every other angle. But here you can. And here, from the back, where everything is exposed, there's nowhere to hide behind the facets. Can you see any big jardins or inclusions? Not at all. It's as clean as it gets, right? For a stone of type 3 nature, this is miraculous to witness. And this piece, of course, once again, is available for us here today as our huge spotlight. So I'm really excited for you to be able to get it home. Now, please, again, always remember that you are totally and utterly covered with us here at Gemcollector. We always give you a 30-day refund money-back guarantee. So you can get these pieces home. If you don't love them, you can send them straight back for a refund. With stones that are this highly valued, we also offer you a split pay option as well, so that you can spread the cost across a couple of months and get it home even more affordably. And with this one, well, it's definitely going to be an important factor of making these dreams come true. When it was first booked in to our vaults, and that was quite a while ago, to be fair, it was a one-off parcel a few years ago. Majority of them were set into Lariques in jewellery here at Gemporia. Some of them, of course, kept loose for us here at Gemcollector. Most of them are sold out. Most of them have completely gone over the last couple of years. This one just arrived from our wonderful cutting house and vault over in Jaipur a few days ago, and this one is one of the last of them. So it's almost like we've saved the best till last in terms of grade again. But when it first arrived, it was first valued. This was valued as it is, as a loose stone for this weight and grade. It was valued at £2,199 as an expected retail price. Now, that was years ago, and we know emeralds have gone up in value since then. They've only ever gone up in value. So you've got to take that with a pinch of salt. By all means, you can use your 30-day money-back guarantee to take it to be valued yourself if you wanted to, and see what the current price is expected for something like this, because it is more than the number on your screen. But do you have to pay the 2026 price? No. Do you have to pay this price, which is a few years out of date? No. You will get this, as always, with the solely Gemcollector reduction that we can offer. And it couldn't be savvier. It couldn't be more of a saving. It couldn't be more important. Whether you're coming at it from the investment point of view, as many people do, whether you're coming at this from a collector's point of view, somebody who wants to acquire this for your own passion, for your own legacy, this is a stone that in every which way brings pure benefit and pleasure. And this, for you, again, remembering you can use that 3-way split pay, this is exclusively only here, I can tell you right now. This, even here at Gemporia, if you go to our sister channel, where, you know, wonderful stones like this in the past have been set into jewellery, you've got to then factor in the gold, you've got to factor in the platinum, you've got to factor in the setting and the mount and everything else. So, of course, it's still going to be more expensive. And so a piece like this stone, even here within house, on another channel, in jewellery, you're looking at £1,000 in, let's say, a lovely pendant. Remove that setting, focusing on the stone, and I can do this for you. But again, it's only here, only today, and only for this piece. I don't have any more. The one-off parcel that we secured from the Panjshir Valley a couple of years ago has nearly completely exhausted from our stocks that we have. This is one of the last chances to be able to get it into your collection. And given the fact that, you know, the history of the Panjshir Valley, the fact that this is the rarest origin on the planet for an emerald, it makes them very difficult to get your hands on, but they are also, don't forget, depleted. They were considered to be depleted 10 years ago, and simply a stone from the past, a stone, you know, of extraordinary history, of royal history, if you like, in terms of the emerald origins. And it was simply a one-off, you know, a tiny little pocket in the Panjshir Valley was discovered almost as a second chance for our generation to be able to get them. But as soon as it was discovered, it was then mined out and very quickly deemed extinct again and depleted again. So it kind of arrived and then it disappeared very quickly. So we can't go back to the Panjshir Valley and get more of these. No one can get more of the Panjshir emerald. The only Panjshir emeralds in existence are the stones that were mined years and years ago. And so, of course, what's still available for sale, once they're gone, they will never be replaced. And if you have one of these pieces, imagine the generations after us, your children, your grandchildren, and so on, the generations after us, they will only ever be able to read about or learn about the Panjshir emeralds. They'll never be able to get one for themselves unless it's something that perhaps you've passed down to them, the generations. So this really is a moment in history for the world, for emeralds, but for us on a personal level as well. Now, again, this is here at number 1. I only have, out of the full quantity, which started with 5, went to 4, went to 3, we're now down to 2. There's only 2 of this emerald left. And then they will be sold out. To get this piece home, it's £99 on a 3-way split pay. And you'll get it home very quickly with a free certificate of authenticity in that gorgeous leather display case and a 30-day money-back guarantee, of course, there as well. It's here at number 1. So many of you wanted to see it, so I'm really, really happy for those of you who got it already, but only 2 remain now, so I've got to say good luck. And I'm going to leave those last 2 there with you for the remainder of this hour, where they will be available for you to get before they are gone. Now, moving on to our wonderful rubies, of course, in the celebration of these precious status stones. The Kenyan ruby, and we've got Madagascar, we have got Thai. I feel like we do need to go to the Kenyan rubies too. Number 2, we're going to start with. The size of this is almighty. It's almighty. Wow. And the colour as well. These are all things that you're going to notice straight away off the bat. So ruby, just with same with the emerald, there's only 3 coloured stones that are actually deemed precious in the entire world, right? Emeralds, rubies and sapphires. Ruby, straight away, one of them, it's very important. It's also July's birthstone as well. So any of you guys who are maybe born in July, or if you have a loved one coming up, you know, their birthday's coming up next month, these would be great for of course, presents. But in terms of the history of ruby, in terms of the significance of the Kenyan material, they all have their own place in the market. They all have their own kind of characteristic that we've grown to love them for. But breaking it down to the science of their components, some of them understandably are going to be purer than others. So a ruby is a corundum. It's technically the same as a sapphire, right? So rubies and sapphires are the same thing. They're both corundum. All the other sapphires and all the other colours are coming from other different elements with that rainbow, but then as soon as a sapphire has chromium inside it, it will start to turn pink, more chromium, a bit more pink. Eventually, if it's the maximum amount of chromium, packed into that one individual stone as it's absorbed the element over the years, it will then eventually turn red. And if it does, that's when we rename it. Instead of a red sapphire, we call it a ruby. Super, 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 super rare, as you can imagine. One of the rarest versions of the sapphire and corundum family. And the ruby status, another reason why it has to have its own name is because now the expectations in comparison to the other sapphires, the expectations are different in terms of what size is normal, what kind of clarity is normal, any treatment expectations. Yeah, they're all expected to be treated, but rubies will always usually be filled, and that's normal. That's totally acceptable because, again, they're type 3 gemstones. So other sapphires are type 2, rubies are type 3. It is completely part of their wonderful characteristic to be totally heavily included, or if not almost opaque, right? And it's because of the chromium content. The chromium makes them included. But breaking it down to the ratios and the proportions within rubies, most rubies of all the other different origins, if you look at how much of it is pure corundum and how much of it is the chromium content, most of the rubies will work out at about 80 to 85% pure ruby. Chromium, and corundum included. So that leaves 15 to 20% of that ruby is just other inclusions that aren't even, part of it. It's that they're not needed. They're just inclusions. It's as simple as that. So 15 to 20% inclusions. Burmese ruby, which I'm sure you've heard of, the most kind of important provenance on the planet, usually the most expensive ruby in the world as well. Burmese rubies, they can be up to 95% pure. So that leaves only 5% of inclusion. So because of that purity, they have, usually have the best brightness, they have the best appearance, that purity, again, the best glow and usually the most expensive. The Kenyan ruby then comes into that as absolutely one of those top stones for choice as well, because if all the others, again, about 80% pure ruby, the Kenyan material that we've got here for you today, this is the closest that you will get to that Burmese in terms of purity, because these are usually between 90 and 95, slight fluctuation, but between 90 and 95% pure. And what that means is that you have, firstly, a rarer ruby, you have far better chance of all of that beautiful kind of glowing richness of colour. It does also tend to mean that they're slightly brighter, because those other inclusions in the other rubies will usually make them darker, little black spots, etc., that can be within them. But if it's pure, the chromium can just really, really sing. So you end up with a brighter sense of colour, again, just like the Burmese pieces. And this material that we've got here for you today, even though we've only got 3 auctions, but still, you'll notice they've only been heat treated. That's considered natural in the gemstone industry. Heat treatment and pressure is how the stones have grown in the earth for millions of years anyway. And so if they're mined out of the earth, taken to a lab, and then in a controlled environment, they're given the same heat that Mother Nature gave them anyway, it's just continuing what she started. It's not adding anything. It's not adding any kind of glass or polymer filling. It's not changing the structure or the composition. It's simply just warming it up once again. And so this is, across the ruby industry, this is considered as natural as it gets. And you've got to remember, over 90% of all rubies will be filled, or they will be diffused. So if it's just heat treated, this is less than 10% of them. So balance that rarity of it being as natural as you can dream of, with then the fact that the Kenyans are some of the purest. We are looking at genuinely some of the best rubies that you can get your hands on. And this, look at the brightness, that's what I'm talking about. You can see the brightness, you can see it's lighter, it's not as dark as the others, it's not got those big spots and heavy inclusions within it. It has this blanket purity across the entire body of a warm, vibrant, inviting, glowing chromium colour, right? And this piece, just like with any of these 3 Kenyans that I've got for you, because they are as natural as it comes, they will also do what only the purest rubies in the world can do, which is fluoresce, right? As soon as you have the other 90% of rubies that have been treated in other, harsher ways, it removes the natural ability of us being able to see the colour, and it removes the chromium talent of fluorescing. But this piece will be able to give it to us. So if I just dim my lights down and I bring on a UV light, hang on, there we go, a UV light will make it do this. This will not happen if a ruby has been heavily treated, like over 90% of them in the world have. But this one can, because again, it is pure and it's as natural as it gets. So these are the premium pieces, the finest rubies that you can get your hands on. Now this glow, of course, I'm getting it to come out with my shortwave UV light here in the studio, but when you're at home, especially on a nice summer's day where there's bright sunshine and UV rays, this fluorescence will occur as well. If I put the lights back on, all the way back on here in the studio, and this is maximum light now, you can still start to see it. See that? So this would be in sunlight. That will occur. And this is, again, a really good sign. It's a really good almost test and an evidence, if you like, as to the fact that these are exactly the purity and the most natural status that they can be. Getting them home, of course, it's going to be very exciting. It's going to be a huge celebration if you can own a piece like this. And we make it as possible as ever. We make sure that we bring you genuine gemstones of the finest grade, the best qualities, and then the ultimate savings for everybody. For the Ruby of Wonder, the Kenyan exclusive purity. This piece, the biggest of the lot, 1.6 carats. Average weight actually says 2.34 if you've looked in the small print. So you might end up with, you've actually got a really good chance of getting a stone home that's overweight. So free carat weight we're giving you on this. Because out of the 6 stones that I have, only one of them actually weighs 1.6. All the others are heavier than that. They do all have the same measurement though, I will say 9 by 7 mil if you're looking to partner them together. But from weight to quality, to purity, to fluorescing glow, getting this piece home, it couldn't be any easier. And I have made sure it's on split pay as well for you here today. So this, from £1,300, this is actually yours for under 60 here today. Straight away, we've lost half the quantity, or even more so, actually. So I started with 6, went down to 5, to 4, to 3 left. Now we're only at 2 left, literally, and then they'll be sold out. So there's only 2 left of this particular ruby. No, 1 left, sorry. 1 left of this one at number 2, and that's £29.99 on your 2-way split pay. Okay, sold out. Sold out, sold out. Take it off the screen. Take it off the screen. Completely gone. Sold out. Sean and Ken got the last one. You superstar. Well done, my lovely. And this is going to occur across all 3 of these pieces, by the way, because this is everything, everything that we have. So number 2, number 3, and number 4 are the full quantity, full stock of the Kenyan rubies we have in our vault. So once they're gone, they're gone. But straight into number 3, which, and it is across the board in terms of the quality that we've just seen. They're all exactly the same from the same parcel. So please don't fear. The only thing that you're literally choosing is the carat weight and the shape that you are getting. Quality is nice and consistent across all of the 3 choices. So this one at number 3 is the round brilliant cut, 6.5 millimeters. That is in your measurement, and this is 1 full carat, if not more. So again, you're still in the carat club, aren't you? You're still in the carat club with a precious royal status genuine gemstone, one of the most important stones in the world, of course, being a ruby. This very piece here today, I will take down. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it with one big crash only on this one, as to not tease, because of course they are flying out the door very quickly. Here at number 3, it is simply $39.99 all in. If you want to use our split pay offer so that you can spread the cost for it, we don't charge you anything extra for that. It's simply just splitting it in half across 2 months. That would be £19.99 to get this piece home on split pay. And just to show you again in terms of the purity and quality, the fluorescence is very evident, and that's still with the studio lights on. If I turn them off so that we can see it properly, there we go. And that would not happen. It's a really, really good bit of evidence about how natural and how pure these are, because this would be impossible for this stone to fluoresce if it had been, in like 90% of rubies have, if it had been heavily treated, if it had been filled, etc., this would not occur. It would not be able to fluoresce. So amazing material there that we've got here at number 3. All yours again. You can fill your boots before the hour finishes and before we run out of stock, quite literally. The other one's already sold out. For you to grab here, number 3 on your screen. The final Kenyan ruby, number 4, within this lovely parcel, is the pear-shaped piece. 70 points at least. Calibrated cut as well, for those of you that like to set your stones into jewellery. This is calibrated as an industry standard size, so really easy to find a semi-mount to pop it straight into. It's far more affordable as well if ever you want to make a piece of jewellery. Make it with a stone that's calibrated cut, and then you can buy the jewellery pre-made as well, which will save you a fortune. So this is a 7x5mm in the pair. Kenyan ruby once again. It's the last one to bring on for you. It's the last one in the vault, as natural as it gets. One of the purest rubies ever discovered in terms of origin. And I will show you that with the fluorescence in just a second. But first, let me lay it down. And I'm going to really quickly whip that price down for you as well. This one is the most affordable of the lot. As this one, £1,200, forget about it. This is $29.99 only for gem collectors, only for the collectors here with us at the world's largest gem store. Do you get this price? And there's that fluorescence. $29.99, or if you're using our split pay offer once again, it's always quite handy. £9.99 on your 3-way split pay to get this piece home. And every piece comes with a free certificate. It's an authenticity certificate that has got all the information printed on it from the gemologist, from the lab. When our stones get lab tested, they get officially tested for everything, by the gemologist as to what they are. They confirm exactly that they are the real deal. They will confirm the origin. They will confirm any kind of treatment, etc., if it's been given treatment. And then the authenticity certificate is printed and sent to you with each stone. So if you're getting one of these, if you're getting 5 of these, regardless, each one will have its own certificate of authenticity, which has the information all there for your documents. And again, it's your guarantee, it's your absolute kind of safety that these are the real deal. I'm sure some of us have got horror stories, or you might have heard horror stories from others in the past about gemstones that they've maybe come across or tried to purchase that they've been told that it's one thing, and then turns out it's not quite. I've heard many of those horror stories over the years, and it makes me quite angry, actually. It makes me sad, it makes me angry and frustrated, but it also makes me proud of Gemcollector, being able to give you that peace of mind, because I don't want anyone to be, spending their hard-earned money on something that they believe to be, this amazing, miraculous treasure from the natural world, and then turn out for it not to be. And again, I'm sorry to say it, but that is reality. It's happened loads of times. There's just one example. A collector many years ago who'd found Gemcollector, and she was privately emailing me back and forth talking about this emerald that she'd bought on a public kind of auction shopping site where people can upload they're second-hand clothes and they can upload anything really. And she bought this emerald, and she said it must be real. It comes with an authenticity thing. But this authenticity, I mean, it looked like it was made on Word, and then it was just printed and someone put it through a laminator, and that was it. But she was convinced it was a real emerald, absolutely convinced. And this emerald, as much as it might have looked like an emerald, I was like, I'm really sorry, but I'm not convinced, especially knowing, you know, how much you've paid for it as well. I'm not convinced. Anyway, so clearly I got into this lovely lady's head that much. She went and took it to a local assay office and got their opinion and got them to test it and certify it. And it came back, it was glass. It was literally green dyed glass. It wasn't an emerald. It had no value or worth to it whatsoever. And so that's just one example of these horror stories that can occur. And so acquiring your genuine gemstones is something that we all want to do, but the peace of mind that comes with getting them from us here at Gemcollector is priceless, because you absolutely have that complete safety. You can relax, you don't have to worry about that. You can just enjoy them, embrace them, you can collect them knowing they are the real deal. Those certificates, again, are your legal guarantee. We wouldn't have been able to make it 21 years in the industry if we weren't bringing you the real deal. And we've had collectors like yourselves over the years who have gone and tested them either, you know, with local assay offices. I've got one lovely lady who's a collector called Ellen. She's actually a student at university studying to be a gemologist, and she's taken stones that she's purchased from us here on the channel into university and tested them with all of her classmates and confirmed this is a real Paraiba tourmaline, and she's literally seen it come up on the results, the copper and the manganese and, you know, all of the different things inside it. So that peace of mind is absolutely priceless, and we give that to you with your certificate with every one of your stones. Now, from number 1, 2, 3, this is of course number 4, which is the final of the Kenyan ruby in this hour. Karen Ann says, lovely to see you, Emily. My Lara angel wings have arrived. It's gorgeous. The certificate has angel wings, but it doesn't say the word Lara on it, she says. I phoned the customer service and was told that I'd not requested the extra name and that there could be... Oh, and then it's cut off the rest of your message. I think it'll come in a minute. It might come in a minute. So it says angel wings, it's got all the full certificate, but just the word Lara is not on the certificate. Okay, so that's something, obviously if the help team are on it, they'll be on the case, they're fantastic. But apologies about that. By all means, I can mention that to Manager Claire and just say, can we double check these kind of on the system in the future? But thank you for flagging that, and I'm sure the customer service team will be able to assist you as well. Becky says, number 3, truly amazing. It's beautiful. Thank you, gorgeous. Thank you, thank you. Right, before this hour comes to an end, we've seen Panjshir, we've seen the Kenyan, we have... Number 5, a ruby from Madagascar now. So there's Madagascar, there's Thailand. These are the biggest rubies that you'll ever see, like without shadow of a doubt. It is not normal for a ruby to be this size. There's a reason that people say about, can you get in the carat club with precious stones? Because 1 carat would be considered a huge piece, a huge achievement if you can own one. So this being 3.86 carats, I think it makes sense as to why there's only 1. I only have 1 in the world of this piece. So do you love this piece? This exact ruby, Madagascar material, 9.5mm diameter, nearly 4 carats in weight. Because if you get this piece right now, this is the exact stone you'll be getting home as the exclusive only one. And you are going to be over the moon with the deal that can be done on this as well. This piece, this size, this decadent, rich blood red, this wonderful, glowing luxury that we've got here as well. Just have a little look at the screen. Have a little look at the screen. And see the situation. It's great, isn't it? But again, only 1. I think it is sold out in a flash. Well done to you. Number 6, straight in. I do apologise about rushing, but there's only 1 minute left to check out now. 1 minute left to check out in this hour before everything disappears. Number 6, same situation as the previous. There is 1 in the world. So this very one is the one you will get. This is also from Madagascar, hence the outstanding scale of size and the beaming glow that we've got there as well. And this very one, let's do it. £49.99 all in here at number 6. So number 5 sold out, number 6 sold out. Number 7 is then that Thai ruby. So we've gone from Kenya to Madagascar. Number 7, Thailand. The corundum experts, of course. And that is this piece. This piece is also only one in existence. Straight down. I won't dilly-dally. You've got about 30 seconds left to check out. About 30 seconds left to check out in this hour before it all disappears. This one's number 7. Number 8. Quickly squeeze it in. Karen Ann, I don't suppose, whenever you get a chance, my lovely, can you also, I'm going to leave it to the help team because they're amazing and absolutely best people to be able to assist, but just so that myself and manager Claire are also in on the conversation, if you get a sec, can you email me, Karen Ann, with basically what you've said, and then just let me know your Gemporia account number and let me know the item code as well. The item SKU or the item code, the 6-digit code for that particular piece. If you can pop that information into an email for me, and then I will reference that between myself and manager Claire and the help team, so just so that we're all kind of in on the conversation to get that resolved, and also to make sure that it's improved in the future as well. If you could do that, my lovely lady. Right, this one, number 8, is your heart cut. As you can see, a little bit of a unique version of a heart cut with the proportion that you've got on the top lobe there being slightly, difficult for me to pick it up, being slightly different. But this one's also only one. So 1 stone, 1 collector, and 1 hefty reduction, meaning that this one's now £14.99. £14.99 to get this home and into your collection here at number 8. I know we are out of time. We're out of touch. We're out of time. Collector and Cook, I don't suppose you can quickly bring back on number 1. Not a problem. Again, I know we are over time. I'm just going to very quickly bring it back on. It is incredibly important to see and to not miss this because of the full package of what it is. Panshir is the rarest emerald in the world. But then this is not just Panshir. This is the highest graded Panshir as well, so it doesn't get more important than this piece. $299 all in, or £99 on a 3-way split pay to get this very piece home. There's only 2 left in the world, all the others have sold out. 2 left in the world, and they can't be replaced, of course, because Panshir emeralds are no longer being mined. They've all been mined out and they are extinct. So there's only 2 stones remaining, and then the chance is lost. We'll never be able to get more Panshir. So I'm going to leave that live just for a moment to give you a chance to check it out and make it yours. And I must disappear, as we are over time, of course. And we have a final selection to bring on for you today on your Sunday evening. The final hour here on Gem Collector. I gave you the heads up throughout the show of some of the amazing opportunities that I had for you, including this Panshir Emerald. In this final hour, if you've been waiting for me to bring on that museum amethyst, the biggest amethyst beyond dreams from the museum collection, it's finally about to come up for auction just after this.
So one of the really interesting things this year that we were really looking forward to seeing was what's really happening in the world of Tanzanite. You guys know that at Gemporia we offer you incredible opportunities, and I've just come and had a look at a little, selection here of Tanzanite that you can see. I mean, the colour here, this is AAA grade, it's absolutely and utterly stunning. You can see the consistency.
But one thing we're seeing is actually now acquiring bigger sizes. Because the price points of this have got to such a level as such. I mean, so just to be very clear, Tanzanite isn't the most expensive it's ever been here at the show. But one thing I'm struggling to see now are actually bigger sizes. Yes, they have the one-off big rocks that are $500,000, 2 million, 3 million quid, but actually now finding pieces around 6, 7, 8 carats is not very easy to do. And of course, the pricing is aligned with that. And so over the next year, it's going to be really interesting to see actually how that price point progresses. Everything we are seeing this year has raised in price. We know what's going on in Tanzania right now is only going to make that pricing harder. And also, at the seminar yesterday, where we were speaking to the gem guy, they were discussing it again, potential further taxes that the Tanzanian government will be putting on this gemstone or on their exporting of gemstones, which is only going to make acquiring this Tanzanite harder. You guys know more than anyone at Gemporia, one of the biggest assets we have is our Tanzanite, and the way that we bring you Tanzanite through the lights of Dr. John Saul, and because we've been working with this gemstone so much. Just stay tuned. But most importantly, is one thing you have to understand is this is also where our business model, that mine-to-market business model, and most importantly, being able to sit on gem stock over a 10 or let's say 7-year period makes a whole load of difference, and all of the difference in a market like today.
At Gemporia, we bring you high-quality jewellery at affordable prices by streamlining the entire process in-house. We cut out the middleman, delivering premium jewellery without unnecessary costs. Our journey starts with our talented designers developing collections using ethically sourced gemstones directly from artisanal mine owners wherever possible, and then gifted lapidaries pre-form and cut each piece with careful expertise. Our talented team sorts gemstones for size, colour and clarity. Then our skilled jewellers craft the designs from precious metals and set the stones in-house. At every step of the way, the utmost precision, accuracy and passion is taken to craft your beautiful jewellery. This in-house process cuts out the middleman and gives you the best value possible. Gemporia. Genuine gemstones, affordable to everyone.
Okay, tell me about this new pocket you've just discovered.
Yeah, this is, we found exactly like I said. We find the albite and the garnet and the black tourmaline. And then inside of those pockets, there is some crystals. We never know what it is, if it is going to be pink, red, whatever it is. And
it's a bit like going to a casino, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure it is. You never know.
And earlier on you were saying quite often you'll drill through, and then if the drill goes straight through, you know you're into a big pocket.
Yeah, this is what we hope. Usually when we draw, and when you draw, when one goes zip, you take it out, it's nothing. And then you make another draw. So the air comes, so the water goes zip. So you find a pocket. You never know what's going to be inside. Yeah. But if you put it like this and you get some tourmaline in your hand, it is some tourmaline that. Wow. But we don't know what kind and how many kilos, how clean. It is another, your heart beats like this, you know. You have to open and see if you find really something. And we're very happy with this mine. We've been fine here lately, quantity.
Excellent.
Really interesting, right? We've been talking about the lack of blue zircon in the marketplace, right? And how one company has bought the global supply of it. So let's have a look here. Just come have a look here, Abs, right? We've got natural yellow diamonds. We've got natural white diamonds here, right? We've got some of the most beautiful diamonds you can find. Millions and millions of dollars worth here. Incredible tanzanites, indicolite tourmalines, blue sapphires. However, there is one right here, exactly. This is the one piece. They have it here. It's absolutely and utterly stunning, okay? And you can see here, Abby, the price point that's linked alongside this. Yeah, okay? So we understand exactly what's going on with zircon. We told you it was coming. And the rarity is defined by a booth like this. It has every gem you could possibly want. They have one right here.
At Gemcollector, we want to make your life as straightforward as possible. That's why you can enjoy a 30-day money-back guarantee, just 1 P&P charge no matter how many times you order in a day, and a free telephone number for hassle-free shopping. Gem buying made simple.
Gem of love, ruby is a red member of the corundum family and is often given as a gift to show the strength of one's relationship. Its rich, vivid red colours are due to the presence of chromium, and its almost identical twin sister, the sapphire, is similar in all but colour. Ruby shows pleochroism, which means that the colour varies when viewing the gemstone in different directions, and many can appear incredibly bright when exposed to the sun. For an incredible selection of rubies from all over the globe, stay tuned to us.
There's no doubt about it, for people who are individual, people who don't follow the crowd, there's no better gemstone to own than the beautiful emerald. Every single one is unique. Every single one will have a certain amount of inclusions running in different directions, little patterns in there, what we've called for a long time the Jardin of the emerald, or Mother Nature's fingerprints. And it is a gemstone for those people who want to be truly individual.
So I managed to find some white zircon here. As you can see, this is incredible. Some of the biggest sizes they have are 8x6. I'm just chilling with these two gentlemen here. This is currently what they are holding. As you can see, they are all around 1 carat stones. And this is the first time in the whole booth I've seen this. As you can see, they have a whole plethora of beautiful different gemstones, aquamarines out there. But this right now in the market here at Tucson is probably at around $900 a carat, which is just ludicrous for this pricing. But as we know with blue zircons, and we know what's going on with the market right now, you know, if you want quality, then, you know, you've got to be able to buy it. I'm at one of the biggest and best booths here at Tucson. But the most important thing is that we understand that, first of all, the size they have to offer around 1 carat stones, 8x6s, as you can see here. And the pricing is just ludicrous, but that's something we completely expected. If you're looking to get yourself white zircon, this gemstone has really upgraded itself in the marketplace in the last year, and they're now asking prices that are literally, you know, 3 or 4 times the price they were 2 years ago. So this is a really amazing time to be able to acquire this incredible gem.
So as we drive, as we carve through the mountainside, it's impossible not to stop and drink in this incredible view. You can see this glacial river that follows from the mountain, which is where the mine is situated, the incredible Nilamani mine. And we're told that we're going to be bathing in this because we're going to be camping out at the mine, which is incredible. But even better than that is the fact that you guys that are tuning in are the first foreigners to be able to see this side of the country, to be able to be taken to the mine. Up until now, it's only been a close guarded secret that some of the Indian gem traders have been out to. So guys, this is it. This is where your Nilamani is from, right up there at the top of the world. Here with John Dunstan, who's one of the best and longest running miners here in Coober Pedy. And I just wanted to ask you your opinion on what you've witnessed over the years and what's actually happening right now in the industry, in the market for the fine opals out of Coober Pedy.
Well, through my years of mining, you know, 50 odd years, there's always been, the market's always fluctuated. Every few years there's certain grades of opal you couldn't sell properly or couldn't get a good price for. But the last 6 years or 7 years, it's just been completely out of the norm. The prices just keep going up and up and up, and that's because of the production.
Production's down. You were telling me earlier that you've had this surge of demand from Asia, from North America, and those guys, they're just buying up everything across all the grades.
Yep.
The price is going up, and you personally don't foresee it coming down, do you?
No, it'll never come down. No, because there's not enough miners left to find the opal, and we're only producing probably 4 or 5 million a year compared to 40 to 60 million back in the 70s.
You were telling me, which is surprising, I've never heard this from any other kind of mine. You have phone calls daily asking for all the grades of opals, and yet they're willing to just give you money.
Some of them want to advance me money up front, just in case I find opal. And I said, I don't work that way.
No.
When I've got it, I'll sell it to you. But when I'm not going to take your money.
And John was saying as well that if he was lucky enough
to strike a pocket, $1 million, it'd be gone in a matter of days.
Yep. I've got orders for $1 million.
This is probably one of them now.
Yeah, it could be.
So there you go, guys. This is what we're talking about. This is exactly how rare this type of opal is and how the price has rocketed across all the grades. So when you see your Cooper PD opal, when you see your fine opal, make sure to get it.
And so this is it. And the third out of the 4 hours that we've been here live today, the second hour was June's birthstone celebration, so the significance of the pearls, of course. Then we had the amazing rubies with the emeralds star by, both of those being also birthstones, being in the top 12 stones in history. Most important stones, of course, are always the birthstones and the precious pieces. And then this grand finale is also a birthstone of significance. This is, of course, amethyst, which is February's birthstone. And very well deserving to be in the top 12 stones of all time, especially in the fact that this is the sole only stone to bring us and represent the colour purple. There are, you know, of all the wonderful colours, we know that some colours are rarer than others and harder for Mother Nature to create than others. Red is the rarest colour. Diamond, for example, red is always super rare. Blue is the rarest if we're talking about a tourmaline. And I could give you lots of different examples, but still, that being said, there's still quite a few stones. If we say, right, let's think of a red stone, there are still quite a few that you could absolutely mention are able to deliver to us red famously. Same as blue. There's loads of blue stones. There's loads of green stones. No matter how highly prized and wanted it is, no matter how rare it might be with some pieces, there's still many different versions of gemstone out there that can deliver it to us. Whereas with purple, this is the one that's like, okay, there is only one stone that is known to be purple, no other whatsoever. It is as limited as it gets, and it makes sense because it's very difficult for Mother Nature to create this colour, whether it's the light, delicate lavenders all the way down to those deep, rich, decadent, velvety kind of chocolate box purples. The colour purple is a really difficult thing for Mother Nature to create. And amethyst, of course, being the sole representation of that, if we try and look for other purples, on the rare occasion by fluke miracle, yes, we might be able to, on the odd occasion, see a purple sapphire, but it's going to be one of the most expensive sapphires on the planet. Or let's say you could come across a purple, oh goodness me, maybe a purple tourmaline or a purple spinel, but they're still not normal for that type of stone, and they would then 100% be extremely rare and extremely expensive, whereas this delivers it again and again and again and again. One thing that is absolutely important for me to mention, though, is that even with amethyst, as much as we all very much love it for its purple wonder, what the norm would be with amethyst, as we always discuss for any stone, the norm for size, the norm for clarity, the norm for any kind of treatment, size-wise, it can't usually grow that big. So whether we're talking about amethysts that are formed in a geode or whether we're talking about Moroccan amethysts that form in individual terminated crystals, by the time you find the rough material and it gets cut down, usually you lose about 90% of the body weight. So the finished faceted solitaire that we get to see is only the remaining 10%. And when you factor in, it's a type 2 stone, so it's normal to be visibly included, cutting away the bits that don't have the colour, cutting away the bits that are heavily included, it narrows it down to that 10% of the overall rough, but the rough already only grew to a certain size. So the standard kind of size of a piece of rough would usually be about 10 carats in weight. So a 1 carat solitaire would be the average size once it's the finished piece, right? A 1 carat solitaire. I've got for you pieces here today, even if we look at the smaller side of things, there's a 2 carat solitaire at number 11. That's technically a huge amethyst for what we would be the norm, to have then again that quality and clarity and colour. If 1 carat is the average, what do we even call these pieces up top? There's a 3 carat, a 15 carat, a 25 carat, and then a 40 carat piece, the museum piece at number 1. For 1 carat to be the normal, and for me to offer you, for you to actually own a stone that is 15 or 40 carats, This is a huge deal, and it's something that you should be very, very proud of if you can achieve it today. Then talking about treatment. Again, really, really important to understand. Amethysts are always heat treated. That is completely and utterly part of collecting an amethyst. It is so normal, it is so standard. No one would bat an eyelid in the gemstone world if you go into the trade events, etc. Of course, all amethysts, we just make the assumption, have been heat treated because it usually needs a little bit of heat treatment. It could be that it needs the heat treatment just to help kind of finish off the colour. It could be that it needs the heat treatment to also kind of even out and purify the colour, because they quite often form with colour zones. And so it will help, again, make them all a little bit more saturated evenly across the board. And so if they're always heat treated to the point where I'm talking like 95% of every single amethyst in the industry, whether it's in jewellery already or whether it's loose, if 95% of them have been heat treated and they're averaging 1 carat, we are in a position of extreme rarity to get today pieces that are bigger than the norm and they are natural. Every one of them. Their colour is natural. And the key behind why it has to always be heat treated is the actual colour, again, the difficulty and rarity of purple existing. It demands a real sweet spot within the formation of the earth. The purple actually comes from the element of iron. Okay, so iron, we see in various other gemstones, it usually creates the colour of blue or the colour green, right? But within this type of material, if there is enough iron present and in the Earth's crust, it's the sweet spot, fine line of the right heat and the right pressure, the iron will oxidise at a nice slow rate, and the oxidation process being slow will give you then the colour purple. But most of the time, it's not easy, again, for that to occur, because iron inside this type of material, if it's a little bit too hot in the Earth's crust, the iron oxidises faster and it will actually instead create the colour yellow. So most of the time they'll be mining technically what is actually a citrine, okay? They'll be mining this material, they'll be expecting to always be bringing out yellow stones of some sort because it's a citrine, and it's only those fluke pieces with the lower temperature, the lower oxidation, slower process that will then miraculously start turning purple. So that heat treatment I was talking about, it's far easier to get an amethyst that's been heat treated because it means that it's been taken into a controlled environment by the gemologist from the mine as a piece of rough. It might be slightly yellow, and they can then slightly change the colour and make it purple, or it might be very, very delicate and pale, and they will then, in a controlled environment, again, make sure they've got that sweet spot of temperature to absolutely guarantee a purple hue. When it's in the earth, it's bound to not happen. It's bound to not be purple, because if it's too low of a temperature, the crystal can't even grow in the first place. If it's too high of a temperature, it turns yellow and it's a citrine. So it really is a fine line of getting perfect purple. And these pieces, by being natural, are the ultimate rarity and top quality of desire for amethyst, hence why they're also the highest valued. Number one, the huge Starby and Spotlight stone of the day is going to be coming on a little bit later on into this hour. But as always, you can request away with me and let me know the pieces you'd like to see. I think it's very important that we... Oh, hang on. Let me press this button. That we get jumping in. I'm actually going to start with number 2. So number 2... Again, ginormous, at 25 carats. Ever so slight mix in size, as you can see on the title there, and that's purely just measurement. So it's 25 carats, and the measurement that I've got here with this particular piece, out of all of them within this auction in quantity, they're all nearly identical. So it's not going to be a completely different stone, but it will be 1 or 2 millimeters different. So I want you to be aware of that, and that's again because of the rarity of finding one this size and grade. We can't guarantee to absolutely, bring you every one of them at exactly 20 mil tall. Some of them will be 19 mil tall, some of them will be 21 mil tall, and then width it might be 1 or 2 mil difference as well. But you're all going to get all going to get guaranteed 25 carats. You're all going to get guaranteed this quality of material as well. And this one specifically is from Zambia, which is a really very important location for the industry, for the history of amethyst. As with any gemstone, there's various locations maybe to talk about, and usually there'll be one or two of those origins that are the most expensive, right? The most expensive because they've brought to us the finest quality over the years. And so when it comes to amethyst, the most expensive, finest origins in the world are Zambia, which is the longest reigning that we've known about, and then more recent discovery is Morocco. So this isn't just big, this isn't just bold, this isn't just impressive, but this is then from Zambia, which is one of the highest valued origins in the world. And isn't she magnificent? 25 times bigger than the usual carat weight. 25 times bigger than the usual carat weight. And delivering to us not just purple perfection, but is this the lighter purple? Is this the delicate kind of lavender purple? Or is this the quad A kind of purple? If we were talking about tanzanite, the deeper and darker, the richer the colour, the more A's you'd see, right? So this would be a quad A colour, that deeper, darker, rarer exclusivity of luxury colour. And this piece has got all of that across such a ginormous scale of size. From that Zambian location, I have made sure, again, there is a split pay option on these big pieces. I know we all want to own them. It's just a case of making them as easy as possible for you to firstly find them, tuning in, finding them, and affordability, of course, comes into the conversation. And so this piece has got a split pay option on there as well, so that you know. As the February birthstone, as one of the top 12 stones in the world, we all have to own an amethyst, but this is the amethyst of dreams. This is taking our desire and our admiration for such an important material and then smashing it out the park in getting it at the best of our ability, the best of Mother Nature's ability. A sheer whopper all round, a sheer beauty of quality. And being Zambian as well, one of the amazing characteristics that they're known for is this secondary colour of blue within them, which is quite unique, as I'm sure you'll agree. The Zambian having a secondary hue of blue, if you've seen Moroccan before, they have a secondary hue of pink, don't they? So the blue exclusivity is, again, clearly something that we can see within this, which is really lovely because that is what it's known for. And getting it home, you got to think, are you going to have this on display? Would you possibly set this into jewellery in the future? The possibilities are endless. I mean, it's a work of art, quite simply. You've got to really think about that, because I think you will be able to own this today, considering it's under £100 for you. Under £100 for you to get this piece home. And again, using the split, if you want to spread the cost across 3 months, that would be just £33 only. There we go. Sorry, I was waiting for my computer to come back to life. Claire's got 3 of them straight away. Collector Anonymous has got 1 of them straight away as well. Okay, so that leaves already only 4 of this stone left in the world before they are gone. This is the piece at number 2. I know I need to pick up the pace, so I'm going to go straight away to number 3 next. Also Zambian in terms of origin, also humongous at 15 times bigger than the usual bigger than the usual weight. Also completely natural in its colour, no heat. That's less than 5% of all amethysts in the world to be left entirely natural, because they're so good, because they are so impressive in the colour that we've always wanted and that we hope for. They've delivered it to us naturally, so it didn't need any treatment. This one at 15 carats, a similar situation in terms of slightly mixed sizes for measurement, but it will only be literally, we're talking a millimetre, okay? A millimetre difference across the few that we have. And again, 15 carats, I know these are the specimens of dreams, aren't they? For sure. This piece, I'm going to do it again and make it absolutely irresistible, absolutely possible to get it home, to get it into your collection with the best value for money that you can dream of. And that is, and I'll literally just bring it straight on, whip it immediately down to your price, which is now under £50 for this piece. £24.99 on a 2-way split as well. Lovely to see Shana with us today. Lovely to have you here, my darling. I hope you're well. Karen Ann also joining us. She says, wow, number 1 as well is a whopper. It certainly is. Well, they're all absolute whoppers, aren't they, in the consideration of amethyst usually. But yes, number 1, I know everyone's waiting to see it, the museum piece. It is coming on as our deal of the day, our spotlight stone, our star by within the hour, and it is going to be coming on a little bit later on as an unmissable piece. I promise you. For those of you that have already checked out on it, well done, because it means that you've got one, you've secured it, and you won't be missing out, so you can sit back and relax now. If you haven't got one in your basket just yet and you're waiting for me to show it and drop the price down, do not fear. It's going to happen and you will be able to get one. I promise you that, because it's been arranged between myself and manager Claire to make sure that number 1 is, well, the deal of the week. I don't know how else to put it, really. It's the deal of the week. It is the most ridiculous deal that you will ever see. And I would put a bet on that. I would literally, I would hand on heart put a bet on that. But that, again, is coming up a little bit later on. Collection Greater London's got one of these straight away. Claire in Cumbria, you're on fire today, gorgeous lady. You've got 3 in quantity. Well done to yourself. Again, fill your boots. You can have as many of these stones as you like if we've got, obviously, the quantity. They'll simply just keep going down until they've either sold out or until this hour comes to an end. But this one is number 3 here today. Right, number 4, and then we're going to go through the amethyst geode chunks, which is quite literally what they are. Number 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all amethyst in their raw state. They haven't been cut, they haven't been faceted, they haven't been polished. They are literally a piece of rough in their original formation of growth as a piece of geode. Specifically as well, druzy amethyst, which we'll talk about when we bring those on, in terms of what that means. But we've got one auction before we go to those. So number 4 is next. Number 4, now this is a Moroccan piece. So we've seen Zambian at 2 and 3. Number 4 is Moroccan. So as I mentioned, in terms of origins, they have their own characteristics. Zambia usually has that secondary hue of blue, and the Moroccan usually has the secondary hue of pink. I know there are other lovely origins, of course, and they're all fantastic, they're all absolutely amazing. But in terms of which ones have really made a name for themselves, which ones have really, really rocketed to fame in the wonderful variation of amethyst that can be discovered, it's always been, before Moroccan was found, it's always been Zambian amethyst that was the most expensive in the world. Like Burma to ruby, like Panjshir to emerald, like Argyle to diamonds, it's Zambia for your amethyst. They've always been the highest valued. Until more recently, in literally within our lifetime, within our generation, the Moroccan amethyst was discovered. So this is the new kid on the block, right? So obviously everyone's very exciting. There's a new discovery of this wonderful gemstone. what does it bring to the party? Is it like the Zambian? Is it like the Brazilian, perhaps? You know, what kind of character does it have? Well, actually, it's the most unique of them all. It turns out, in terms of rarity, the Moroccan amethyst is the rarest amethyst for origin. And that comes down to the way that it forms. So all amethysts, apart from Moroccan, all other amethysts form in a geode. So just like the chunks we're going to be bringing on a little bit later on, they form in these big geodes, which are technically almost veins within the earth. So deep within the earth's crust, excuse me, they can be from ancient volcanoes. It's almost like a root of a tree or a vein or a tunnel that goes deep into the earth. And so they would have started as a tunnel of empty space, right? Negative space. And there would have been various elements within them in their gas form, perhaps if it's from a volcano. And those geodes will start to, under heat and pressure, they will start to have all of the heat and pressure turning those elements and ingredients and reacting with each other to start to grow crystal, right? So all other amethysts found in a geode, they've grown from the outside inwards into these crystals. So when amethyst geodes are discovered, all of them, you know, through history, it's a really, really big chunk which will have lots of individual crystals that can all be cut away at the same time. The Moroccan amethyst, the only amethyst deposit in the world that's ever been discovered that doesn't form in a geode at all. No geode whatsoever. They form as individual terminated crystals. And so if you can imagine trying to physically look, you know, within the earth and dig within the earth's crust, trying to find something that is a humongous tunnel or, you know, like the root of a tree, like the extension of a hydrothermal vein of a volcano, you're looking for something that's fairly large in size. In comparison to Moroccan, you're looking for something that's the size of a £1 coin. It's far more difficult. And then when you do find one, you've only got one. You haven't got, you know, you discover a geode, you've then suddenly got 10,000 stones possibly. In this case, it's one individual stone that you're looking for. So they are the rarest amethysts on the planet. Because of that, they're also the smallest amethysts within their nature by the time that you get them, you know, cut and polished down. So if the average for all of the amethysts is usually 1 carat, for a Moroccan amethyst, the average is usually about half a carat, so definitely normal to be smaller. But then in terms of value, Zambian, through history, always the highest valued of the lot. When this was then found and brought onto the market, understandably, it was very quickly able to rocket in value to basically sit alongside the Zambians. So the Zambian, not necessarily a rival, because they're both different. They both bring their own wonderful things to the table. But the Zambian now sits on that throne with Moroccan amethyst. They are both independently the highest valued amethysts on the planet. And this piece being a Moroccan, it's a beautiful solitaire size of 3.5 carats. It's also, again, completely natural. And it has another thing that is unique to Morocco is the hematite inclusions. You'll see them inside there as these little red needles. If I just catch the right angle, there we go. Can you see those little red needles? They look like shooting stars, just a hairline in size. Those red needles are actually hematite, so it's a different type of gemstone. It's its own mineral formation. Hematite normally forms grey, but very rarely it can form red, and in this case it has. So you've got hematite grown inside the amethyst, and it's because of that hematite being red. As the light gets into the stone, the light will start to reflect and to bounce off of the hematite, and that's what creates the reflection of the colour pink. So that's why you get the secondary pink within Moroccan, making it, again, very, very unique. This piece here today, glorious in the fact that it, once again, is bigger than the norm. It is clean, it is quality, natural colour. And affordable, obviously, also comes into that because you're here with us. So it's just $19.99 to get this piece home. And you've got to own, not only do we all have to own amethyst, again being one of the top 12 most important stones in the world, but owning amethyst is one thing. Owning the finest qualities, owning natural amethyst, owning amethyst from the significant sources in history, being again Zambia and Morocco, you've got to do it all, haven't you? That's part of being a collector. And so this definitely ticks that box for sure with the Moroccan beauty. Here at number 4, it's 13 by 9 mil. And that is consistent with this particular auction. So if you are choosing to multi-buy on these and you're checking out a couple of them, you can confidently know that they will all have the same measurement as well. This one being number 4 in this hour. Okay. Geode chunks coming in next for us. The geode chunks, number 5, 6, 7 and 8 is where we are going to go to. I will say straight off the bat, obviously there's only 4 pieces in terms of the auctions, but I want you to also know that they are all one of a kinds. Okay, I don't have quantity on any of these. Each piece is only one in the world. So the one you see is the one that you will indeed be getting. Let me just press this button here a second. Right. So we'll go to number 5 first. And this is the plan, by the way. We're going to go 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we'll go and finish up with number 1, which I know you're all very patiently waiting for. But number 5 first, straight in, is this piece. Just look at the size of it. So as we were discussing how amethysts grow, apart from Morocco, of course, they grow within a geode. And these pieces are quite literally a chunk of geode. You can see they've not been cut, they've not been faceted, they've not been polished, they've not had anything done to them. They are technically a piece of rough, but being still, you know, a celebration of the geode in which it came from, everything has been left exactly as it came out of the earth. So this piece, this section here is actually the exterior wall of the geode. And remembering that these are like tunnels within the earth, okay? So deep down in the earth's crust, like the root of a tree, they are these long veins of open space as they begin as a tunnel down in the Earth's crust, and then over millions of years they fill up with various different elements, and under that heat and pressure those elements start to come together into a crystal structure, and they grow from the outside, from the exterior of the almost the wall of the geode, and then they start growing inwards on themselves. And so you can literally see that here. So this is the exterior, and it would have started growing firstly from here. It would have started growing into this grey stripe, then it started growing into the white stripe, then you've got that kind of peachy colour, and as it keeps growing and growing and growing, it starts changing over more millions of years, and eventually it will then start delivering to us the quartz. So this is a bit more like a chalcedony or an agate that you've got here, but then here, as you can see, it clearly changes in its form. You've now got these crystal sections of a white quartz, and then further through time, more millions of years, they start to turn purple, which is where the amethyst comes into question. The terminology of the word termination quite literally means how they naturally will form into, and then finish themselves off with a point. And there's loads of points on this piece. So that's why this is called a druzy. The word druzy, it's not the name. So some people over the years, and totally understand why, have made the assumption that the word druzy is actually the name of a gemstone, but it's not. It's not at all. You can get druzy agate, you can get druzy garnet, you can get druzy, obviously druzy amethyst, various different druzy quartz. The word druzy is actually the terminology for when a gemstone forms in small microcrystals in mass. So it's like a blanket of lots and lots of smaller crystals. And so that's why these are druzy amethyst, because it's the chunk of the amethyst, chunk of the geode, should I say, that has grown in this huge quantity of individual crystals. So that's where the druzy comes in. Again, this is completely natural, not been treated as you would absolutely expect for an amethyst across the world. And this one being a one-of-a-kind piece. Remember, that it means this is the one you will get. I'm going to have to ask you to hold on to something. Obviously, have one hand on the buzzer. Have one hand if you're going to be calling up, or if you're going to be using your phone or your app or your tablet or the website, whatever, to click buy now. Have one hand ready on that, and the other hand just hold on to something. Brace yourself, purely because we are limited for time, I'm going to just do one crash on this, and it's a really big one, and I don't want you to fall off your chair. You ready? You'll see what I was saying. That's there at number 5. I know Sean will be very happy with that. Very happy indeed. Straight into number 6, of course, being all one-of-a-kind pieces, because they all have their own lovely character of shape. This one is then number 6, 237 carats in your weight. And, well, I think that says it all, doesn't it, really? Look at the beauty of this. You can see, literally, history as it's grown upwards. The layers of time as this is formed, absolute work of art. This one also straight down in one big go at £29.99 for the piece at number 6. Number 7 is then this beauty. If I zoom back out again just to give you an idea of the scale of size of this. Number 7, 181 carats of your Juicy Amethyst. And here she is, even the darkest, richest sections of that beautiful purple that we've got there as well. And this one's actually going even lower. £19.99 for you. Well done, Joshua. Hello, my darling, in West Virginia. Claire in Cumbria, collecting in London. Quite a few anonymous collectors, in fact. Joshua in West Virginia, great to see you. This number 7, this one's actually available. £19.99 though. I don't think it's going to be available for long, to be honest. And that will literally be gone. Only one in the world. And then number 8, the final of these wonderful specimens, is this piece here. And really unique. So the other side of this, the exterior of the geode, it's really unique to see these kind of yellow and green colours. You don't see that very often at all. They're normally solely black. So definitely a unique specimen here. 179.6 carats. Again, only one exists in the world, so this is the one you will be getting home. And this one is £19.99 as well, here at number 8. So I'm going to say good luck to you. That's all of those officially being brought on and reduced down. Now, I promised number 1, our museum piece. This is our grand finale. Look at the size of it. You're going to think, again, if the average, by the time you've got an amethyst, from the typical way anyway of them forming in a geode, by the time you've got an amethyst that's been extracted from the geode and cut and faceted and polished down into a quality solitaire, the average weight is usually about 1 carat. And you can see that, can't you? If you look at these lovely specimens here of the geode, now imagine trying to cut off one of those crystals. Just cut off one of them. By the time you've cut off one of them and then faceted it down, you're going to end up with a 1mm piece, aren't you? Imagine getting a stone that's this. I mean, this is literally the size of this geode. Imagine how big the piece of rough would have had to have been. Imagine how big the piece of rough would have had to have been to end up with a finished, faceted, solitaire amethyst of this size. it's considered impossible. This is why they're never ever seen this size. This is a museum piece. Coming in 40 carats, of course, as you know, 30 millimetres tall by 20 millimetres wide. And that's pretty consistent across all of them. But again, purely because of the rarity of having something this size, they might fluctuate ever so slightly, about 0.5 mil. Colour, you got it. Size, you got it. It's an all-round, just miraculous gemstone that every one of us should be striving to get our hands on. And of course, this is the first time it's ever been on the show. I'm launching this right here, right now, and I've got a feeling that these are going to sell out. I'm genuinely, I know I've been doing this many, many years, and we've seen so many outstanding genuine gemstones that I've brought onto the show. I absolutely I'll be gobsmacked, to be honest, if this doesn't sell out, because we all want it, we're all here for it, and I know the deal that can be done. If you don't attempt to get this stone, I'll be more shocked, to be honest. I really, really will. While I try and open this box, I've got a couple of them here. Can I just try and pop them, just so that you can see? If I pop them on there to do a little spin, whilst I open one of them to get it out. Oh mate, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pick this up with my tweezers. Oh my god. Oh my days. Right, okay. Yeah, I will try my absolute hardest, but you'll have to bear with me. I'll pop it on my finger first to show you the size there. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything like it? 40 carats of quality amethyst. Again, we've got to pay attention to the carat weight, obviously. I think that's definitely a given. The colour, is this the delicate lavenders, or is this the opposite end, the quad A, deep, dark, decadent intensity? Because that's always going to be the most highly prized, isn't it? And this one has definitely got it across such a scale of size. This piece, through and through, one of the most exciting opportunities that I've ever been able to bring to you for an amethyst in my career. I think personally for me, I know for a fact I'd have this straight away at home on display, but I would definitely in the future be looking at getting this turned into a pendant. For me personally, what would you be thinking? What would you be thinking? Do you know what? I'm not gonna hold in my tweezers. I think it's a bad idea to even attempt it, to be honest. It's that big. This, and even there you can see, now that the light is able to kind of, out of the box, light is able to actually travel through it, you can see how even and saturated that colour really is across the entire body. Given, again, these stones, we know they're normally 1 carat, we know they're normally heavily, variously treated at 95% of them, and within their nature, they will have colour zoning, they will have all sorts of different things, actually also inclusions being in that conversation as well. But this piece has got such a perfect blanket of rich colour across its body. Beverly says, a massive cocktail ring. Yes, Beverly, I like your style. Now, we've already got collectors that have come through and checked out on this piece and secured one with their name on it. I'm so happy for you, because now you can relax. You can simply just sit back, relax, and enjoy this spectacular gemstone that you are the owner of. If you have not already checked one out, let me wipe my fingerprints off that, apologies. If you have not already checked one out and you're simply waiting to see how low I can go, let's start doing that, shall we? Let's start doing that. If I take this piece to here, and just get those juices flowing, okay? At $299, we know our stuff. We're not silly. We're very much aware of the rarity of this in every which way, of its colour and its size. And we're also very much aware that here at Gemcollector, we get prices that are ridiculous and they're not normal, okay? We know that. And so at $299, we are now in a very good position, a position that wouldn't be possible anywhere else, a price that is lower than anywhere else for something like this. And that's at $299. I could leave it there. But I'm not going to leave it there. And I'm going to keep going lower. Now, as I do this, you might have already spotted, but just in case you haven't, there is also a 3-way split pay on this particular auction that we offer to you. We don't charge you any extra, we don't charge you interest. It's simply another little helping hand to make these dreams come true and get stones home like this. So if you want to, you can choose to split the cost across 3 months with our split pay offer. Either way, you'll get the stone home very quickly in a couple of days. You'll get it home in the nice little display case that I've opened this one out of. You'll get it home with the free certificate of authenticity for your documents as your guarantee that this is the real deal. Okay, just wanted to put that out there for everybody that is watching and waiting to get this piece home. We're now at $199, so £66 on split, but it is still not your deal. Okay. Oh my word. I really don't have enough of these. I've just looked at how many people have been clicking on this on the web and the app is 6 times more than the quantity that I have available. Right. It is all you now, guys. We've sourced the stone, cut, polished, lab tested, certified. We've done everything for you and brought it on. That final part of this stone's journey to make it into your hands is all down to you. You can check out on the website, you can check out on the app, Gemporia, the free telephone number, whichever one's easiest. But I've got to stress, there is only 4 minutes left to check out. Claire in Cumbria, well done. Martin, well done. Beverly and Devon, well done. Collector Anonymous, well done. We're at $149 now for this piece, £49 on the split. But it is still not your price. The February birthstone. A stone in the top 12 of all stones in the world. And a piece that is in front of our eyes as we speak as the biggest in the vault of facetable gem quality. A stone delivering to us above all of the expectations of clarity, of colour, of decadence, and that colour being deeper and darker in the richness that we want, that quad A status. £99.99 or 33.33. Definitely a Sunday to remember, isn't it? I've now got Collector in Oxfordshire grabbing one. Claire in Cumbria is now up to quantity to 2. But I have one final crash. I have one final reduction on this piece here today. To get this piece home, this is the deal of the week. The collector's dream, the importance through history of the only stone found upon this planet to be known for purple, to represent the elusive beauty of this luxury colour. And you will be owning the museum status piece. How does a gemstone, especially here at Gemcollector, you know, under the Gemporia partnership, if we're the world's largest gem store, if we've been here 21 years trading millions of stones every year on year on year on year, how does a stone make it into museum status? we've got millions of stones to choose from. How does a stone end up being the standout spotlight museum piece? It has to defy all odds in loads of ways, not just one way. We could be discussing any gemstone and really impressive, okay, this is the norm, but this particular piece is bigger than the norm. And again, it could be any stone. If that one is bigger than the norm, fantastic. Another stone, that might be cleaner in clarity than the norm. To be a museum piece, it can't just be one or the other. It has to be everything. Bigger, better, finer, richer in colour. Every single possible assessment needs to be above and beyond the norm as a full package of wow factor. Only then will it be the museum status that we're dealing with here today. So I've been so excited to bring this on for you. And I'm over the moon if you've been able to successfully secure any one of the treasures throughout today's amazing show, from the pearls, the rubies, the Panshir emerald. I mean, it's been a brilliant day, hasn't it? But this is now our grand finale of your live show here at Gemcollector. It's the grand finale of the week. We've only got 60 seconds left before this and every one of these pieces disappear, including myself, and the chance will be gone. 60 seconds left to check out, and this will be gone. And just by double checking my screen here, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I've got one left. I had 12 in the world. I've got one left. 11 have completely sold out. £26 on a three-way split pay. 40 carats in weight. And wholeheartedly, in all of my experience, this is the best, biggest amethyst you'll ever get for that price, without a shadow of a doubt. Just in case I miss you, I want to say thank you again for joining me here tonight. This is day 1 of 8 days I'm going to be here. Actually, no, Tuesday, Jim's going to be with me because I've been asked to be VIP guest at Birmingham University for the gemology students. So Jim's actually covering the show whilst I go and talk to the university students about gemstones. But 8 days in a row, basically. I'm going to be here with you now. So I will join you back again tomorrow for your Monday show from 5 p.m. I hope you can join me then. But for this evening, for our Sunday special, thank you once again for giving me the pleasure of your company. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so, so, so excited for you and the achievements and the treasures that you've been able to get your hands on, because today has been a huge day for collectors, a huge monumental day of gemstones, of the most exciting, fine grade collectability and miracle, and you've done it. You've made the most of it, so big well done. Enjoy the rest of your evening with a big smile on your face whilst you look forward to these actually arriving with the knock on the door. Hopefully again you'll join me again here tomorrow from 5 p.m. for your Monday show. I'll be here literally all the way through until my next day off is not tomorrow's Monday, but the next Monday. So I'm going to be here every day, living my best life with you guys and the gorgeous gemstones. So hopefully you'll be able to join me for that. And obviously I've got loads of really exciting premiere launches and star buys every day as well. But enjoy your Sunday evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Until then, good night.
Sapphire always feels like it gets a mention. It's one of the big 3. But what was really surprising is we weren't talking about the big gemstones, we're talking about a shortage in the smaller stones. Can you help us understand that a bit better?
Yeah, correct. So with the cost of, I think, things in the supply chain in general going up, there's a pretty low supply of sapphires in general, but when we talk about Melly, really, it's this idea that the cost to cut the goods that small aren't necessarily worth it for the price that they're selling for. So there's a definite shortage in the chain there.
It is believed that around 20% of the world's supply of sapphire is found here in the beautiful lands of Ilakaka, Madagascar. The first thing you notice when arriving here is just how many different mining sites there are. Most of the miners work in small teams and set up a location to find that first sapphire. They're going to go down 13 metres, and then they can, if they find sapphire straight away, they'll tunnel up to 200 metres. That's a long, long way down. And many of the gents around here, the guys 8 years ago, would have been farming. They would have been working the land to try and live off the land. But now with the mining, 1 or 2 sapphires a week will be enough to give them a good lifestyle, probably 3 times better than if they were actually farming. And in this area, they've had some good finds recently, and it looks a lot of hard work. One of the miners actually handed me a shovel to see if I could cope with the hard work of digging a mine shaft. Needless to say, after 10 minutes of digging, I decided to leave it to the professionals. Too late. Within 2 to 3 days, you'll be 13 metres below the surface. 13 metres in 2 to 3 days. And then if they find the sapphire in the seam, they will go outwards up to 200 metres. That's a long way down. And as you can tell, I'm out of breath. After they've collected the rough from the mine shafts, it's then washed in the water to make it easier to find the sapphires. To get the water from it out of the ground, they've had to tunnel by hand down 30 metres. 30 metres for the water, and the water is there to actually cleanse through the rough to see if they've found any gems. Is it Nirano? No? Well, they haven't actually found anything yet today. A little bit of quartz, but no sapphires yet today.
So it's super interesting because what's taking place in Ethiopia right now, we talked about that incredible Wollo province discovery where those incredible opals changed the market. We talked about how difficult that's become now. This is the reality. If you just come over here, the opals that are coming out now, although they have the incredible play of colour that the material is famous for and that transparency,